Clarksburg City Council meeting to order.
Councilmember Banco?
Here.
Councilmember Dean?
Here.
Councilmember Howe?
Present.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Riffle?
Here.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Present.
And Mayor Worth.
Here.
This evening we have our prayer and pledge by our Vice Mayor.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, please allow us to have a very productive meeting today. Let us keep our ears open to our constituents. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
This evening we have several presentations. Our Fire Chief, Mr. Green, if you'd come forward.
Council, city manager, I'd like to bring 4 firefighters forward here so I can present them with something on August 14th. We will call for an OB for an extended period of time, so after we get there, we need 4 firefighters as we go, whatever may be inside the city. So, with all due, I'd like to bring on Jamie Webb, Jared Chapman, Aaron Wright, and Arden Fox. These guys train on, but very seldom has it ever happened inside the city limits. So it's great that they are trained to do this. And I got them a little short thing, they can wear on side their uniforms. And I'm very proud of these 4 guys and what they did, because it was before a pretty intense situation for them. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you.
If Heidi Court would come forward. We have a special presentation to recognize International Overdose Awareness Day.
Whereas every August 31st, International Overdose Awareness Day brings the global community together to take action on overdose. Whereas we recognize the purpose of International Overdose Awareness Day as remembering loved ones lost to overdose and working with the community to reduce the risk of drug-related deaths. And whereas recent data from KFF, the Kaiser Family Foundation, report that West Virginia's 2024 opioid overdose death rate was 38.6%, or sorry, 38.6 per 100,000 residents, highlighting the continued need for prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts. And whereas we affirm that people affected by overdose are our sons, our daughters, our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, and our sisters, and deserving of our love, compassion, and support. And whereas this year's theme, 25 years on, still needed, emphasizes that this day is still needed. However, it doesn't have to be forever. And whereas by speaking openly, learning from one another, and treating each other with care and respect, we build a world where fewer lives are lost. And whereas the city of Clarksburg does affirm and acknowledge the harm and hardship caused by drug overdose and remains committed to raising awareness and educating our community about addiction and overdose prevention. So now therefore, I, Wayne Worth, Mayor of the City of Clarksburg, do hereby recognize and proclaim August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day. The City of Clarksburg encourage all citizens to support families impacted by substance abuse disorder and raise awareness about prevention and recovery resources in our community. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me a few minutes this evening. I'm here on behalf of Harrison County Family Resource Network as well as WVU Healthy Minds to talk about International Overdose Awareness Day, which is August 31st. Since 2023, WVU Healthy Minds and the Harrison County Family Resource Network have hosted an event every August 31st right here in our community. It really has become a community collaboration between organizations, volunteers, people in recovery, families, and people who are simply passionate about making a difference. Our event is recovery friendly and inclusive. It gives us a chance to remember those we've lost, to celebrate recovery, reduce the stigma, and connect people with resources and hope. And unfortunately, this issue continues to affect our community. In 2024, there were 821 confirmed overdoses in West Virginia alone. Behind every one of those numbers is a person, a family, and a story. To our knowledge, here in Harrison County, we are also the only location in West Virginia with an International Overdose Awareness Day event that is officially placed on the international map. We're very proud of that, but more importantly, we're proud that our community continues to come together around this issue. So we truly appreciate the city of Clarksburg for recognizing International Overdose Awareness tonight. This proclamation helps bring visibility to an issue that affects so many people and reminds our community that every life matters and recovery is possible. Thank you.
Well, since this is for the city clerk, this is a presentation of certificate of recognition from Senator Jim Justice to the city clerk Annette Wright for 30 years of service to the city of Clarksburg. So I'm going to ask a few people to come up here. I'm going to ask Annette to come up here. I'm going to ask Marcus Rutger to come up here, with the certificate of recognition. I'm going to ask Hattie Wright to come up here. And first, I want to.
Nick's here with her granddaughter as well.
Okay, and Nick and your granddaughter come up. First, I want to give the utmost credit to Marcus Rutger here. He approached me and he said, "Look, I got a proclamation from Senator Jim Justice's office of the service service for Annette Wright as city clerk." And I thought that was just a really kind gesture, and we just really appreciate all your hard work. I called Hattie Wright and had her come up here because I think to be recognized for such service like this, I think it's good to have the people you love read it. So I just want you to read this.
Be it known that Mrs. Annette Wright has been awarded the certificate of recognition for her more than 30 years of dedicated service to the city of Clarksburg and the people of West Virginia. Through her steadfast leadership as city clerk, interim city manager, and in numerous other roles, she has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to public service, excellence, and preservation of her community's history while keeping shape its future. Her professionalism, integrity, and tireless dedication have earned the admiration of colleagues, municipal leaders across the state, and the citizens she has faithfully served. West Virginia is stronger because of individuals like Mrs. Wright, whose hard work and selfless service continue to make a lasting difference. On behalf of the grateful people of the Mountain State, congratulations and sincere best wishes for continued success. James Justice II.
I'm honored. Thank you so very much. It was a surprise. Thank you, Marcus. So it is an honor to work for the city of Clarksburg and the citizens and be here for them. I've done it for 30 years. I love what I do. So hopefully I'll continue for a few more years anyway. I don't know how long, but yeah, I've been We have a presentation from Earl Gaskins to give us a construction update of things going on in and around the city.
Good afternoon, or good evening. Thank you all for having me again today. It was kind of nice driving through town. For the first time in a long time, we didn't have to dodge a bunch of construction work, so that was very nice. Just to give you guys an update here, last year, last spring, we was talking about all the future projects coming up, and I mentioned something like $55 million worth of DOH funds going into the Clarksburg area. I'm happy to say at this point, most of that's already been spent. We've spent about $32 million. We've got the downtown Clarksburg area taken care of. We've got the I-79 section under construction, which has been a big burden on my side for a long time, and I'm glad to see something done there. I know the big question is the 2nd Street Bridge, because that's what my phone rings about all the time. So, I know we was hoping to get that done before the festival coming up. Unfortunately, there was some problems with the construction of it. It wasn't nothing major. It's just during one of as you go through different phases, you do certain checks. And as we was getting ready to pour that concrete, we double checked and we realized there was an elevation error. Rather than try to force the issue and do something that's going to affect the structural integrity of the bridge, we decided, since we're investing this much money, let's repair it correctly. That was done. So right now we're finishing up the final stages of correcting that error. We're going to start laying the deck probably mid-September, and the project should be done by October. Hoping by the middle of October we're out of there. October the 30th at the latest. So it's still we see a goal at the end of the light at the end of the tunnel there for that. The 4th Street Bridge, that one we should start taking the traffic control devices down on that here pretty soon. So that'll be done. There's a few other bridges we've done. We've done some off-system bridges, where bridges that weren't owned by the Department of Highways or was owned by city or whatever. And we partnered with you guys to help get those taken care of. One of them was the Heyman Highway Bridge, which was about $4.2 million, and that was been completed. The Hardy Hedrick Bridge was the one there by Hardy's. That's about $2.3 million, and that's going to be done probably about the middle of November. So hopefully for Thanksgiving we can have that done. Just some of the upcoming things come on. So, we've done downtown Clarksburg. We talked about doing the Adamson section here maybe next spring, but we went ahead and there was some money set aside for the FHWA funds. So we're going to do the old Bridgeport Hill from the Pike Street. We done the Columbia Boulevard section. So now we're going to start the light and work our way back towards Menards, get that taken care of down in front of the dealerships. A few other things we got going on. So Route 50 is going to be paved, down through downtown Clarksburg all the way to I-79. And of course, we've got, if anybody from around here, Mount Clair we finally got the contract on that. I know it's not downtown Clarksburg, but it affects pretty much everybody here. So we'll be doing all of Mount Clair from the VA Park all the way back to Lost Creek. And Cost Avenue and Stonewood is another big project that's coming up. So all total, we're talking about $57 million worth of investments that we put into the community. I know that's just a number, and people didn't realize it when we was fighting through the construction of downtown Clarksburg. I kept begging people, just be patient. It's going to be nice when it's done. And I know it was a hard sell on my part, but if you look at it now, you can see the benefits of that. And I thank the city and everybody in water department, sewer department, because everybody put a large effort into that. And our hopes are, and the intent was, that now that it's done, we don't see a utility company tearing that up left and right. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. But we've got new facilities underneath there, and you guys got a new city, so it looks great, and I'm proud to be part of that process. But that's pretty much what we've got going on for the Department of Highways. Do you guys have any questions or anything that you would like to talk about specifically?
I had a question about 6th Street Bridge.
The 6th Street Bridge?
I know you don't have immediate plans, but is there something in the future?
That's one that we've talked about, but we haven't really initiated any engineering plans on that. There's I know it needs attention, but my next big focus is going to be the bridge on Route 50 or Route 79. So before I go to the 6th Street and tackle that now, unless something happens that we get a windfall of money or we get something moving, because understand I've got other municipalities I'm dealing with too. You know, we do Fairmont, Morgantown, Bridgeport. And as much as I like to put all my investments here in Clarksburg, I got to spread that evenly. But like I said, the next big project that I've got in my mind that I see in the near future is going to be that bridge on Route 50. We're going to widen that, add an extra lane to try to alleviate some of the traffic that we see at one at East Point. Okay, so that is coming up. I will focused on 6th Street. We will revisit that at a later time, and if you'd like, I can come back and give you an update on where we're at with it if you guys request.
You also have the traffic area down by Wendy's there
Yes.
that you will be.
Yeah,
looking at.
that's another big project that's being designed out of Charleston where they're going to be replacing both those. Sorry, I'm throwing pins everywhere. They're going to be replacing both those bridges. That is going to be a massive project. That we had the public hearing here or public meeting about that last fall. There was 4 or 5 different options they chose. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't had a whole lot of contact with the engineering department on where they're at on that phase, but I know they chose the phase where you're getting the 2 new bridges and not the roundabout. So for those of you who was advocating for a roundabout, I'm sorry. Those that you didn't want the roundabout, congratulations. But you know, it's going to be there will be new bridges there, and it's going to be a traffic conundrum when we start that. It's going to be ugly, but it's needed.
Do we have a start date, a projected start date?
When we had the public hearing here, they was talking sometime around 2029, 2030. So it's still a little further out.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a few questions. I get a lot of questions about Route 98 at the end by below Bird. If you're going towards Chestnut Street, taking a right there, many people say, why don't they add an extra turning lane or make that turning lane longer? It seems like it wouldn't take much. There's areas of spread because when school lets out, such a traffic jam. And just a turning lane, if you're going towards Chestnut Street, towards town, would solve so many things. And it's something very simple. And I've gotten probably about 5-10 emails about it in the past. So just something we want to put on your radar. I mean, it definitely helped a lot.
Yeah, and and what I recommend and what I ask is that you guys, as the government for the city, for the town council, for the mayor, shoot me projects like this. Shoot me suggestions like that, because there's times where I'm sitting back, so I just submitted my 10-year STIP. So that's my 10-year plan on how we're going to pay Route 50 and I-79 in my district. And like I said, we're planning 10 years ahead. So if you guys got a project like this or something you would like to see and take fruition here in your guys' community, let me know that so we can start planning on that. And that's something that would be very beneficial, especially now that, we're talking consolidating schools and the additional traffic in that area. I do agree that we need to focus our attention to situations like that. So, anything else? All right, thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate it. And again, it's been a pleasure working with you guys, and I hope to continue.
City Manager. Mayor, members of council, members of the public, I would like to take a moment to publicly recognize and thank our city employees for their tremendous work over the past several days. The severe weather and significant rainfall that moved through our area created flooding, high water, roadway concerns, drainage issues, debris, and numerous calls for assistance through our community in the first 24 hours. On Monday, we got 150 calls. Events like these required immediate response, often at all hours and under very difficult conditions. I want to specifically recognize the Sanitary Board, Public Works, the Police Department, and the Fire Department. Employees from these departments spent countless hours responding to calls, monitoring conditions, addressing drainage and flooding concerns, clearing roadways and debris, assisting residents, managing traffic and road closures, and working to keep our community safe. I also want to thank other city employees who assisted behind the scenes, answering calls, communicating information, documenting damage, such as Brian from our code department, coordinating resources and supporting our response efforts wherever they were needed. During an emergency, residents see very quickly how important local government services are. They depend on someone answering the phone, someone responding when a road floods, someone clearing a blocked drain, and our first responders being there when help is needed. Over the last several days, our employees answered that call. To everyone at the Sanitary Board, Public Works, Police, Fire, and I also want to recognize Jason Myers. Is he still here?
Right here.
He called and offered water board support as well, so thank you. And throughout the city who contributed to this response. Your hard work, professionalism, and commitment to Clarksburg and its residents are greatly appreciated. On behalf of myself, I want to thank you to know that your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and we are incredibly grateful for everything you've done for our community.
Approval of the minutes of the regular session of July 16th.
So move.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Approval of the minutes of the special session of July 23rd.
So move.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Approval of the minutes of the special session of August the 10th.
So move.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, say no.
Petitions, communications, and public hearings. Mark Bryson wishes to address council concerning the support for the partial repeal of ordinances on behalf of the Clarksburg Water Board.
I'm gonna do a manual timer. When you hear the beeping, it means you have 30 seconds left, because again, we fixed this and it's not working again.
Okay,
Yikes.
I'm ready when you are. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Clarksburg Water Board in support of the ordinance before you that is a partial repeal of ordinances 26-8 through 11. I want to begin by recognizing and acknowledging the action the council took at its last regular meeting. By a vote of 6-1, the council rejected the proposed legislation that would have gone even further in restructuring the water board. That was the correct, legally accurate decision, but there is some unfinished business that remains, which is the purpose of the repeal ordinance. Ordinance numbers 26-8 through 11 were previously enacted and they remain in place. Those ordinances changed the terms of water board members, eliminated the board's authority to fill vacancy, imposed lifetime term limits, and subjected board members to recall. Our position throughout this process has been straightforward and consistent. The city did not have the legal authority to make those changes to the water board. There's no dispute that the city possesses general authority to amend its charter, but that does not really answer the question before us. The question is whether the city can use that general authority to alter powers of the governance of an independent body that was created directly by the West Virginia legislature. That answer is unequivocally no. In 1917, the legislature created the water board in its present form and expressly allocated authority over the Clarksburg's municipal water system. That legislative structure remains in the charter today. Section 27 gives the board, quote, full and exclusive jurisdiction over the operation and management of the water system. It provides further that those powers are to be exercised, again, quotes, independent of control by the council and the city manager. Those words are very clear. The legislature deliberately separated the city's legislative functions from the water board. The city has relied upon its general charter amendment authority under Chapter 8 to implement the ordinances in question. The authority to amend a municipal charter does not authorize the city to amend anything it chooses. It's very specific what can be amended and what cannot. Chapter 8 itself expressly preserves the authority previously conferred by special law and special legislative charter, both of which are applicable here. Throughout this process, we've asked a simple question. I'll ask it again tonight. Where is the legal authority that permits the city to alter the powers that the legislature itself vested in the water board? We've reviewed the West Virginia Constitution, Chapter 8, the legislative history, legislative acts, and the charter. That authority has never been identified because it does not exist. The city cannot give itself authority that was not given and delegated to it by the state legislature. Another important point, which I brought up at the last regularly scheduled meeting. In unrelated litigation, the city has taken a formal position in court filings that the water board is an autonomous government entity and that the city does not exercise operational control over it. The city relied upon that independence as a legal defense. That position is impossible to reconcile with the proposition that the city can now restructure the water board's governance, even for small things like vacancies, term limits, and member recalls. I also want to briefly address suggestions and other discussions about water board accountability. The water board is already accountable in the most fundamental democratic sense. Its members are elected directly by the citizens of Clarksburg. They stand for election every 2 years. They have to defend their records, and if the voters are dissatisfied, they can elect other people to serve on that board. There's an important difference between accountability and control. The water board is accountable to the voters. These proposals sought to give the city greater control over an independent government body. That does not create accountability. It replaces direct accountability to the citizens and voters with accountability to another government entity. The ordinance before you tonight presents a very straightforward way to resolve this issue. It is narrowly drafted, and it repeals only those 4 amendments addressing the Clarksburg Water Board. The city has the ability to correct this without litigation, and that's because none of these amendments have been presented or yet certified to election officials or placed before the voters. The council took the first step when 6 members rejected the proposed restructuring of the water board in July. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to take the last and final step to correct these issues. The city did not have the legal authority to make these changes to the water board. They should not be submitted to the voters, and the city should not force the water board and the taxpayers into litigation to correct something that the council has the ability to correct itself. I urge you to repeal these provisions now while they remain entirely within this council's control. On behalf of the Clarksburg Water Board, I respectfully ask that the council approve this ordinance and the partial repeal on a first reading this evening. Thank you.
Will Hyman wishes to address council concerning the charter amendment.
Okay, well, council, mayor, city staff, Madam Clerk, Madam City Manager, since my last meeting back in June, I've been thinking a lot about the comments that were made by Councilman Howe implying that I thought the voters were stupid. It stuck with me, and it's not because I was looking for a clever comeback or some sick burn, but because the entire purpose of the Water Board Accountability Act is to hand authority directly to the voters of Clarksburg. The whole premise is about putting our absolute trust in the people of this city to decide how their government is run. So when you try to block these amendments, you are calling me out. You are sending a clear message to your constituents. You don't trust them. You don't trust them to evaluate policy, and you don't trust them at the ballot box, and you don't trust them to govern their own city. And now you've doubled down. You seem to think that the public won't notice when ordinances that pass this very board with a 2/3 majority vote are quietly targeted for repeal just a few meetings later. Over 80% of West Virginia support term limits. The public disdain for backroom appointments and unchecked tenure is overwhelming, and we all know where the city stands. So tonight, I want to address what council needs to hear loud and clear of the legality of what is happening now. So under West Virginia Code 8, Article 4, Section 8, the legislature established a specific statutory process for municipal charter amendments. And when a city council initiates or adopts a charter amendment by ordinance, especially one backed by a 2/3 majority, it initiates a formal legislative pipeline designed to culminate in one place, a public vote by the citizens. Trying to execute a sudden reversal or repeal of an initiated charter amendment before it ever reaches the ballot creates a severe legal hazard for the city. Firstly, municipal charter amendment process are governed by strict statutory timelines. Once a charter ordinance is enacted to place in question before the electorate, council's authority to arbitrarily intercept, pull back, or nullify that ordinance without completing the statutory election requirement invites immediate judicial scrutiny. Second, the Clarksburg Water Board is an entity that was created by the city of Clarksburg by vote that they sent to the legislature to create that charter that they like to tout from 1917 or whatever it may be. And asserting the utility boards are somehow exempt from home rule charter governance, term limits, or voter recall mechanisms flies in the face of established municipal law. West Virginia law gives municipalities broad authority over their administrative and utility structures. Claiming that a water board is immune to voter oversight isn't just bad policy. Legally, no pun intended, it holds no water. You knew that was coming. Third, by attempting to kill a duly considered charter amendment prior to the election, council risks violating the procedural rights of the electorate. Ask me how I know about it. I'll be happy to tell you. Courts consistently lean toward protecting the voting franchise when a governing body attempts to prevent a legally initiated measure from appearing on the ballot It opens the city up to petition or writs of mandamus and costly litigation paid for by the very taxpayers whose right to vote you are trying to take away. Which brings us to the decisions before this body tonight. First, if you truly believe in open government and fair process, then passing the resolution, which I believe is item E on the agenda, the resolution to set to a public hearing for these amendments should be a no-brainer. Setting a public hearing isn't an endorsement of the policy. It is a basic commitment to letting the citizens of Clarksburg be heard. The residents of the city have lived through the disrupted streets, the low water pressure, and the property damage and vehicle damage. Ask me how I know about that, too. They deserve another formal, on-the-record opportunity to speak on the accountability measures that directly impact their lives. Pass the resolution tonight, set the hearing date, and give your constituents the floor. Second, when it comes to the proposed repeal of the Water Board Accountability Act, I strongly urge this council to vote no. These amendments pass this very body with a 2/3 majority vote. These amendments, because they represent common sense reform, striking them down now before the voters even have a chance to consider them is a direct retreat from accountability. Undoing your own vote to protect a separate utility board from basic oversight tells the public that the status quo matters more than their voice. If you believe these amendments are bad policy, then stand up, make your case to the public, and let the voters reject them at the polls. That is how democracy works. But do not use procedural maneuvers to strip the ballot away from the people. Do not hide behind legal gray areas to protect the status quo. Stand by your original decision, protect the voters' right to decide, and vote no on the repeal. And let the people of Clarksburg make the final call. Thank you.
Camden Cutler. Camden McCutlough wishes to address council concerning the YMCA.
Kind of feel out of place. A little. Okay. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Camden Cutlip. I'm the head coach of South Harrison's swim team, and I'm here tonight regarding the YMCA pool and its future use of swimming in our community. I want to start by saying I understand that the position that the city's in. We understand that the problems at the Y go beyond staffing and that you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars in repair, including infrastructure necessary to operate the pool and facility safely and reliably. Before I go, I don't have the exact number. I teach third grade, and that math doesn't go that high, so you got to forgive me on the numbers. And we don't take that lightly. We don't think taxpayers should be asked simply to absorb that kind of expense without knowing what the long-term plan is. But we also don't think the size of the problem should be the end of a conversation. I'm here not just representing my swim team, but also the other swim teams that use the Y, which would be RCB, as well as Notre Dame this year is bringing back their team and has hired a coach. We're not asking the city to simply fund our teams. We're not asking the city for blank checks. We're not asking the city to choose swimming over the other needs of Clarksburg. We're asking for you not to make the financial decision in isolation. Our teams have demonstrated that there's a real need for this facility. Myself, along with Burr, in the last couple of years have brought back competitive swimming to this community, and we continue to grow it. Last year, because of this city council, we were able to do something incredibly important. We were able to give our kids a place to practice, a place where they could put in countless hours of work, travel to compete, represent the community, and accomplish things that go far beyond what happens in the pool. And we were able to come back champions. I always say as a coach that if they're with me and they're swimming or they're doing whatever sport I'm happen to be coaching that season, that's something that they're with an adult and not doing something they shouldn't be doing. I think that when we teach swimming, we're not just teaching a sport. We're teaching discipline, responsibility, teamwork, and what it means to work towards something. I recognize that our success alone doesn't mean taxpayers should be responsible for keeping a facility open that may seem like a sinking ship. That's why I think the conversation needs to be bigger than our individual programs. The 3 programs that depend on this facility are coming together because we want to be part of the solution. If maintaining this pool requires investment, then we are willing to have a conversation about what we can contribute. I think everyone involved should be willing to do the same. What can our city parks contribute? What can our programs contribute? What grants or resources might we be able to help find? What repairs are necessary to operate safely? What needs to happen immediately? What can be phased over time? And what can the city contribute without creating an unreasonable burden on city taxpayers? We know the problem, but I don't think we know yet if there's a solution. The city has already demonstrated that it recognizes the importance of this facility. When the YMCA closed, the city stepped in to help keep the pool available to us. And that tells me the value of this facility is already understood. And I believe the value goes beyond competitive swimming. It's a place where kids can learn a skill that literally saves lives. It's a place for families to be able to gather and collect. It's a place where community programs can happen and it can be done in a safe environment. I believe that right now we sit at a very important crossroads. Decisions being made about this facility could have an effect on our community for years to come, which is why I think it's worth making sure we've explored every option before we make a final decision. I don't want the city to just put money into a facility that we're going to be 2 years down the road sitting here at the same meeting and having the same conversation. Our teams are willing to work, we're willing to contribute, we're willing to be accountable, and we're willing to sit down with the city and determine what our share of the responsibility should be. So our request tonight is pretty simple. Don't close the door because the problem is big. Help us find out whether there's a responsible way through it. Give us the opportunity to come to you and sit down and figure out what we can provide. Then you guys can make your decision on numbers, commitments, and the plan rather than simply the size of a problem. If we do that work and the numbers don't make sense, then at least we'll know we looked at every reasonable option available. But if there's a sustainable path forward, I don't think we should miss that opportunity simply because the problem initially looked too large. 2 years ago, I was a swim coach without a team. When Liberty closed, I was unable to, find another team at the time. The community banded together and built a team. 2 years ago, my fellow coach and I self-funded meals, suits, and other needs to make sure this activity was open to all. The community banded together and created a 501c nonprofit to address these needs. And I want to close with, I'm a teacher, and so back to school, I'm on day 2. I teach 3rd grade, and it's not as big as a city. But this afternoon when I was writing this, I had a water spill in my classroom, I was out of paper towels, and I had 2 kids that needed to get on Minecraft. Okay, I know you have more problems than just mine that I'm bringing to you today. And I know that the newspaper and the news was not here to see me solve problems in my classroom like they are to see you. But I just ask that you bring us in, let us be part of the solution. Thank you.
Dave Sutton.
Hi, my name's Dave. I'm a recovering addict. And I've been here before with this proposal to get people rides to work that are in recovery. And, this is a big issue. Like I was at the county commission meeting the other day. I went to probation, federal drug court, state drug court. Everybody agrees that, this needs, it's something that's really needed. All these programs require you to go to work. Yeah, with all this opioid money floating around, you can buy vans and houses and all that. Once that money's spent, it's gone. This money can be turned on and off with a couple keystrokes. And the city manager said, well, you need a grant. No, I don't need a grant. You need a grant. This has to be done from a central location where people in drug court, sober living, rehab, which all have work requirements, can come in, show their paperwork, they're put on the app, and that's it. And they mess up, a lot of them have to take drug tests. If they mess up, you just take them off. No, there's no taxes, no employee to hire. And Jessica can tell you, she's done this for a while. It costs a lot of money. And not only that, if you read through that proposal, just hit the highlights, it's saving the taxpayer money down the road. Not to mention the lives it can affect. If you save one person from relapsing, it's saving the taxpayer a lot of money. It really, that should be a priority. And again, it's not money that has to be put out and gone. It can be stopped and started. And so it seems to me like with all these, with these programs having these work requirements, then this should have been one of the first things that was done. I'm a dumb welder. I ain't that smart. But now that my critical thinking skills are working a little better, after 3 years of no drugs, I can see that, this should have been one of the first things. You guys might make history. You might have this pilot program. It might go into effect all over the country. You can say, we started this. But I'm telling you, if you just hit the highlights of that proposal, you'll see that it makes perfectly good sense. So, thanks for your time.
Jessica Eldred wishes to address council concerning the same subject.
Hi, my name is Jessica Eldred. I'm a recovering addict, and I really do see Dave's point on this. I go back and forth to work, and there's a lot of days that the bus doesn't run, or the $3 bus thing I just discovered is a great program, but there's days that it doesn't run, and it doesn't run for night shift. And so I get off at 6, 7 o'clock at night. I have to call an Uber. And at my previous job, I was spending up to $600 a month on Ubers. I am working towards getting my license back, but that is a process that I'm working on. It takes time. But I just wanted to speak from someone's point of view that is going through it. And I do think it's a great idea. It makes sense that it would be something logical that the city definitely needs. And we are supposed to go back to work. And there's just it's really difficult when you don't have transportation. That's really all. I just wanted to speak on his behalf and think that it's a great idea and it's definitely needed. Thank you.
Tommy Lopez wishes to address council concerning community issues.
Thank you, and I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, and I also have a time deferral from another member. I want to begin by saying I'm here today to again ask about my opioid funding application. As you guys are aware, I've been here years and years and years. You were given wrong information by the city attorney and the city manager that the project did not qualify for opioid funding. Wrong information. Mr. Howe, in turn, took that 60-page proposal, sent it to the Attorney General's office of the state of West Virginia for review. The Attorney General's office said, yes, the Village Square project certainly qualifies for opioid funding. That is not correct information that was presented by the city attorney and the city manager to council. Since that time, I have been waiting and waiting and waiting to hear from somebody. Nothing. Crickets. Wouldn't you think that if someone came here, our city has such a grand need for recreation and community togetherness for that project, that when someone comes here and presents a project that's could be potentially $25 million, and the Attorney General says you were wrong, this qualifies for opioid money, you guys can maybe get it all from different sources, wouldn't you think that someone would have the decency to call me back or just put it on the agenda? That hasn't happened. And I certainly find that unethical, maybe illegal, I don't know, all the things. But it certainly is not appropriate, especially given the huge need that we have here. And to Mr. Cutlip, the swim coach, okay, just the very things that came out of his mouth. Well, they need the swimming because the coach is there. It's keeping the kids out of trouble. They got to have a place for community. All that stuff. And he's looking for a way to get it funded. Well, Tommy Lopez has already been here and told all you guys and everybody before over and over and over, hey, these projects qualify for opioid funding. Here it is from the Attorney General. Crickets. It's unacceptable. My expectation is that at the next meeting, if it does require a vote, that it's on the agenda, it's voted on, and we move forward so that we can begin the process, again, to what Mr. Cutlip said, but I don't even know the man. We have to investigate and study all the things that we have the ability to have for our community and fund and to provide. It's ridiculous. Moving into the Height Field conversation. Okay, I was the first one years and years to present we need to do this at Height Field. Me. Tied it into this Village Square project so we can have the community togetherness, education, recreation center, opioid prevention, all that, and all that zone all together. Okay, that was me years and years and years. So I'm here to ask as well, what is the plan for Height Field? I've heard a lot of stuff. There's been nothing official said other than we're trying to buy it. What is the plan? The citizens want to know. I mean, is it the things that I proposed, a multi-use field space, bike, all that kind of stuff? I mean, the citizens need to know what we're talking about. And I'm in support of you guys. You guys know that. But we need answers. Same thing with the YMCA. We've been kicking the can. We need answers publicly. Okay, the YMCA's been closed a year. Okay, and I've been here years and years and years, going over this over and over and again. Still my idea. I've given you guys a lottery ticket. All this stuff will qualify for opioid funding. Pardon me?
30 seconds.
Okay, and I have, like I said, another 5 from deferred. Additionally, you have traditionally for years and years and years allowed deferrals. It's always been the history of council to allow deferrals. It has been. It's always been the history of council to allow deferrals. And what I have here is something to help you that I've put together to get Height Field. Okay, I believe what we need to do in preparation for my plan, I like the school board, but the bottom line is we as a citizenry are not getting the just economics of what's going on. And so what I've drafted here is a questionnaire that I would like for you guys to turn into the State Board of Education. Okay, and it outlines every bit of the funding that's going on in this county as it relates to feeder system by feeder system. What are we doing feeder system wise?
Tommy, not to cut you off. The city attorney says that we can only give, there's no deferral of time.
We stopped giving deferral years ago, and you as the chair have the right to shorten the time period as well. There's no issue there. It's up to you if you want to extend his time as chair, but we stopped giving deferrals several years ago because someone did the same thing and came in and wanted to talk for 20 minutes.
So that's up to the chair.
It's up to the chair. The chair has the ability to extend the time if he so desires.
And the chair could determine what that time is.
The chair could determine what that time is.
If you give me 2 or 3 minutes, I promise.
Lopez, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. So Robert C. Byrd feeder system makes up 44% of the school system. Are we getting 44% of the money? No, we're absolutely not. So I have here a list of, I want to know what the cost is per student, per feeder system. I want to know exactly how much money, because they took all of our schools, all of our physical facilities, and through the reports that were filed, they said that through the consolidation that we're saving $5 million a year in yearly operational expenses through the consolidation. Well, what are they doing with that $5 million? Additionally, we have what we get in student aid that we contribute through the $7,000 per student. We're bringing in $28 million to the Robert C. Byrd feeder system. It's double everybody else. Where's the money? Additionally, through the consolidation of schools, through the capital expenditure fund, it's another $64 million that they took off the books by consolidating our schools. So where is all that money going? Why should we as a council or as a city have to pay for Height Field when you're saving $5 million a year operationally, and it's more than that, I believe. Additionally, you've saved $64 million in capital expenditures. We don't have a school in the city limits when every other feeder system has all this stuff. So I would file this with them, and I will go across the street and file an injunction to stop the sale of Height Field right now until we can determine the true finances and the true basis of are the resources being equally allocated, and for what we're spending as a populace contributing, are we getting that same money back? And I ultimately believe that when the economics come out of all this, we're getting stiffed as a city. And so I believe this would provide remedy in helping us get Height Field. I'm going to give this to you, Mayor. You guys can look at all the questions I have on here and turn it in and do what you want with it. Thank you for allowing me to finish that, and I hope this is helpful.
Thank you.
Jimmy Marino wishes to address council concerning the water board issue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. I came and spoke on this issue a couple months ago, and I pretty well thought it was over. This is the first time, and I was on council for 4 years, the first time I've seen an ordinance passed like it was supposed to be on 2 separate readings. And then here it's back on the issue again. And the water board sends their attorneys, and like it's going to be detrimental to the water board. I see this as something for the citizens to vote on. And as the mayor, I know you're for the citizens of Clarksburg, and I'm surprised that this issue would be passed through you. And my understanding, our city attorney never even wrote this ordinance up. It was written by the water board. But the water board says they have no, they're not part of the city. They're a separate entity. Only when they want money, ARPA money, then they're a part of the city. And if they will recall, the member Al Cox came when I was on council and asked for a raise for this same body to give them a raise. If we have no jurisdiction over the water board, why would they come before this council to ask for money for their water board members? It seems like we do have some jurisdiction over the water board. And to fight this as strongly as they're fighting it is kind of crazy. The people should be able to determine how many seats, how many years they're allowed to be on the board and so forth. I don't know why there's such a big issue. Simply put it out to the voters. If the voters do not want that, they'll simply vote it down. It's a pretty simple concept, but to do that, and for the members on this council, 5 members voted to do that. What's that say? I thought you would be a mayor that would unite this council together and work together with everyone, instead of saying, I want another bite at the apple. My project didn't go through the way I wanted it to, so let's put it out there again. Why would we do that? Isn't there votes sufficient enough 2 separate times the way it's supposed to be? Why do we have to listen to the water board? Why would their water board attorney write up an ordinance for the Clarksburg? That's what we have a city attorney to do that. That should be his job. He's well aware of to write an ordinance as he has done in the past. Why do we have to take one from the water board? It's kind of asinine. I can't believe that this is on this agenda again. It should be a simple vote of what you've already passed. That should be the end of this issue, and put it out to the voters. Mayor, I think the voters have the right to vote on this, and that's what this council has determined. And I can't believe that we would be back at this again because the water board is upset with it. They're part of this city when they want the $350,000 or whatever money was, and when they want a raise for their water board members, they come to this board. If they're so independent, why did they come for a raise to this board? Ask them that question. What was that all about? It has to do with bonds, as they so claim. They wanted more money for water board members. A simple vote on this to keep this, what you already voted on, would be the way to proceed forward with this. Thank you.
Desi Underwood wishes to address council.
Hello. I think most of you know me. My name is Desi. I'm the director of the Clarksburg Mission, and I'm literally here to thank you guys, which doesn't sound like a big deal. But on the way here, I was like, we have come a long way. The mission's come a long way. And dare I say that the city of Clarksburg and the Clarksburg Mission are friends? I think we might be. Every one of you voted yes to help us purchase a cargo van. Every one of you. I was paying attention. Every one of you voted for that. That's huge. In my eyes, that's huge. We've come a long way in the last few years. Most of you are probably at least somewhat familiar with what we do over there when it comes to the people that we serve. And unfortunately, I'm going to put Jess on blast. She lives at the Mission. I didn't know she was gonna be here. She didn't know I was gonna be here. The look on her face when I walked in was great. Part of what we do in our program is to teach people, hopefully, that they get independence, and some of that looks like us not providing rides. And so for her to go from the streets to talking to you all, to try to come up with a solution that will help her, that's amazing. It's like that. I'm really proud of her. Not gonna cry. I wanted to tell you about our other two ministries, just in a little more detail so you understand why we needed a cargo van. So we have food rescue. I have some numbers for you. We have what we call food rescue. We go out in that van every day, Monday through Friday, pick up food from Chick-fil-A, Price Cutter, Food Lion, Kroger, Dollar Store, some of the restaurants. The food comes back. We probably use 25% of it to feed our residents. The rest goes right back out in the community. We give food to Mustard Seed, Shepherd's Corner. We've got folks from surrounding pantries that pick up food from us. To date, from January 1st to today, we have picked up 56,700 pounds of food and been able to put that back out. We also have clothing rescues. So our clothing rescue, we use box trucks and the cargo van. We go out every day and we pick up surplus clothing from Mustard Seed. We go down to Buchanan and Weston. We go to Shepherd's Corner. We go to Grafton. We go to Morgantown. We have some donation drop bins in Morgantown and Bridgeport. And that clothing comes back to the Mission. We utilize that to clothe the residents if they need stuff. And then we have a salvage program that it goes back out, used as clothing overseas or within the United States. We also have stuff that gets refurbished. They'll take the rubber off the soles of shoes and turn it into tires, whatever that might look like, keeping it out of the landfills. To date, 252,395 pounds of clothes. We've got a lot going on over there. And I think there's a lot more than what a lot of people realize. And I think that we all have the same goal. Like, I want Clarksburg to be the best city it can be, and I want the people in Clarksburg to be the best individuals they can be. And I'm gonna ask you all again to come over and get a tour. If you've not been over there since before COVID, you need to come over. You'll be blown away by what's going on. That's it. I'm gonna leave some of my cards, has my cell on it, so just text me. Come and see. Thank you. That's it.
Martin Schaefer wishes to address the council concerning our history of 250 years.
Dear honorable members of council, city manager, Mayor Wayne Worth, distinguished members of the city administration and fellow citizens. My name is Martin Schaefer, and I think many of you know who I am, but you don't know a lot about me or my family. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of this country, because very few know all the facts about our 250-year-old country and our founding fathers. Kim, I failed you as an uncle to keep you informed on our history of our family, so I hope you learn a great deal tonight. Let's start with the founding of our country. King Louis XIV was a member of our family. He was the son-in-law of Francis I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He contributed a lot of money and weapons of war to the United States. He did make a terrible error that he decided to tax the peasants of France for that, against the advice of the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, who said the nobles have to pay their fair share. So anyhow, we all know that Francis IV got his head cut off because he tried to put the taxes on the peasants. Well, we also have another member of our family, Scottish member, who was the signer of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, James Wilson. There's only 6 people that did that. James Wilson was one of the foremost attorneys in the country. He also authored the First Amendment. So the news media has a lot to thank him for. So I think we ought to go closer to home and talk about, a lot of times Clarksburg doesn't promote their heroes, and they should, because there's a lot of them. And of course, there's a lot of unsung heroes that don't need promoted. And let me specifically talk about some history of Clarksburg. 70 years ago, the Clarksburg City Council was adamantly against having a public pool. And the reason for that was because they were prejudiced. They didn't want those little guineas and Negroes going to the public pool. You know, I'm calling a spade a spade. Well, we couldn't go anywhere. I got refused admission to the Bridgeport pool when they asked me where I was from. I said, Clarksburg. They said, you're not allowed. So we had no place to go swimming. So Jim Schaefer, Joe Schaefer, and Mike Schaefer got together and come up with a plan, a long-term plan. They end up running people for city council. They got control of it. And then they got with Senator Randolph and Senator Byrd and got money for a pool. So we got the pool. And one of the comments that really sticks with me was on the grand opening. My brother Jim was the mayor. Mike was on the park board. We covered all our bases. And Jim Schaefer said to all the citizens, now we have a pool for all the children of Clarksburg. Okay? Kim, I bet you didn't know your father was instrumental in getting that pool built. But there's other things we have done, the Schaefer's family has done. 20 years I've spent saving the Waldo. Now we're going to have a nice facility in downtown. A lot of people wanted to tear it down, but I put a lot of money and effort. I wasn't the only one, but I was one of them. There's also things like, you don't know, you buy a bottle of pop. Part of that money goes to the Cancer Research Center. I got that legislation passed. Okay? There's other things that we've done. You know, a lot of people, today you go to a restaurant, you get a plastic cup. Do you know that there was no plastic cups in the country until 1975? 1975, plaster passed.
30 seconds, Martin. Sorry.
Huh?
30 seconds.
Well, I wish you'd indulge me a little bit. But in 75, Packer Plastics of Kansas City introduced a plastic cup, and there was only 4 universities in the country that participated in that experiment. One was West Virginia University. Jim Schaefer did that. Okay, let me tell you also, every time you go get a soft drink, part of the mechanism of that soft drink system was designed and developed in Clarksburg, West Virginia.
Martin, you gotta start wrapping it up.
Okay. So anyhow, listen, I got the highest honor from the National League of Cities. Okay, I'm the most educated city councilman ever to sit in one of those chairs. And part of my agreement with them was I'd be a mentor. Only 2 of you have ever come to me for advice. But anyhow, I'm here. I would like to give you advice when they're here, when you need it, on things that you don't know, because you as politicians a lot of times think you know everything, and you don't. And when the public hearing comes, I will address the legislation you're expecting to pass. Thank you.
Xavier Scott wishes to address council concerning the water board amendment.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of council, congratulations, Annette, on your recognition of service, Manager Phil. Sorry for the chicken scratch on that, by the way. I rise for 2 reasons. First, to speak in my capacity as chairman of the Democratic Executive Committee, I would like to say that I am in support of allowing the voters to choose what happens with the water board situation. I think I would always be in support of giving the voters as much voice as you possibly can. Voters put you here to give them that opportunity, so I would support doing that. That's where I stand. No disrespect to the people on the other side of the issue. I just feel like that's the most prudent path to take. Hopefully not the most litigated one, but we'll find out. The other issue I wanted to speak on was, and unfortunately left, but Mr. Sutton, in my capacity as an addiction recovery worker for Community Care of West Virginia, we deal a lot with people that are in different programs or different areas or spaces of recovery. As far as what this program would cost, it's minimal to the opioid funding. And if we can find opioid funding for issues that are on the gray area or the fringes of like what it should be spent for, I think there's no question about whether or not this is a justifiable and a good use of that money. And having this, basically what he's asking to create is a program through Uber that allows people who are in recovery and who are able to meet the requirements of said program to use Uber to get picked up from work, get rides to doctor's appointments, which would fill a huge gap where we have a need. Central Connect is very useful. Central Bus is very useful, but they're only during set hours. And most people who work in recovery, most of the work that they find are not typically during business hours. So this would help provide them a lot of support. And I think it's genuinely a good thing. And if I know anything about Dave and how stubborn he is, he's going to pester you guys to death until you give it a look. So please take a look at it, think about it, and please vote to give the voters a voice in what's to come with the water board. And thank you for your time.
City clerk's information, a zoning plan in connection with an application for a license to operate an ABCA licensed private club, private wine restaurant, and tavern was filed by High Time LLC doing business as Chunky's Pizza and Subs, 341 East Pike Street, and returned to the applicant on July 31st, 2026. A zoning compliance form for a limited video lottery retailer license was filed by Jacoby's LLC, 205 North 4th Street, and returned to the applicant on August 8th, 2026. Unfinished business, consideration of second and final reading and public hearing of an ordinance establishing salaries or compensation for municipal officers or employees for fiscal year 2026-2027 and repealing all inconsistent ordinances. Notices regarding the public hearing appeared in the Exponential Telegram on July 28th and August the 4th.
We will now open the public hearing for anyone who wishes to speak for or against the proposed ordinance. We will now close the public hearing. Anyone want to entertain a motion?
So. Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just real quickly. So have the pay raises, have these been into effect as of yet?
Yes, because they still know the range as
So I guess any change in that would be a problem.
It would be a little bit of a nightmare for payroll.
I just in the future, I mean, we should be voting on these before July 1, because technically we should be approving these retroactively to July 1. Even though it's in the pay range, but you're giving across the board pay raises unilaterally. I think it's a moot point when you mean to vote on it, but I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Consideration of second and final reading and public hearing of an ordinance creating section 109.08, setting forth contractor eligibility requirements for persons or entities owing delinquent debts to the city. Notices appeared as previously stated.
I will now open the public hearing for anyone wishing to speak for or against.
Tell me, Wayne, since I was on council, have you now started putting limits on the amount of time a person could speak on a public hearing?
I think it's always been 5 minutes.
No, it hasn't always been 5 minutes. There was never a restriction when I was on council. Okay, let's start talking. What you guys are thinking about doing is circumventing the will and intent of the West Virginia legislature. Okay, they put laws on the books. And it's to stop the kind of things that you're doing. Now let's take a lesson. And I can give you many history lessons. Let's start with a house on Buena Vista Boulevard. Back 30 years ago, I acquired this house, Soon after I acquired it, I went, someone took a Sawzall, cut out the whole front door. Well, that wasn't bad. It could be replaced. You go in, they stole all the kitchen cabinets. They stole all the copper plumbing. They stole the furnace and air conditioning system. So I went around, I said, my God, who did this? And the neighbors all knew. So I called the police. I said, police, I said, we know who did it. Let me get it. You arrest him and I'll see if I can get my stuff back, my money back. So they assigned a detective to it. Never heard anything from him. So I started calling every day. I called. About the 10th time I called, I'm driving out of Rakiski's parking lot and the detective drives by. Of course, he never answered any of my calls. Pulled me over in his unmarked police cruiser and checked the ID, the VIN number on my car. I thought this was a stolen car. Well, that told me he wasn't going to do anything. So I said, hell with it. I walked away. Let the city tear it down because the state law says you get to pay for it. You get to assume the responsibility. Now let's talk about the Washington Apartments. The Washington Apartments, someone broke in on a Friday afternoon. Neighbor calls, someone broke into Washington Apartments. City police arrive. They take the guy out of the building. Okay? Do they call anybody to secure the building? No. They didn't call anyone. Is that too hard to do, to call someone? Monday, the guy burnt the building down. So, city tore it down, $200,000. Says, you got to pay us. I told the city administration to go see my credit manager. Her name was Helen Waite. They said, who is it? I said, go to Helen Waite. And I said, I'm not paying that $200,000. You guys are responsible. And the state law says you got to pay it. The city has to absorb that because they can only put a lien on the property. Now you want to come back years later and say, oh, wait a minute. These properties hadn't been paid. Now we're not going to give you a building permit. We're not going to give you a license. We're not going to give you any of those things. Wake up, council members. None of you know what's going on. None of you. Now I want to tell you, you ought to look under the law under arbitrary and capricious. We had a house that the city called me and said, would you like to sell this house? We got a guy who wants to buy it. I said, no. So they tore it down. Now, if it was able to be sold to some friend of the city, then why was it torn down? Now, I am very upset with you guys. I am upset with the attempt to circumvent the West Virginia state law. I think what you're trying to do is illegal, and I think you need to look at the state laws. I'm not going to tell you anymore. I can spend all night telling you about the corruption in the city of Clarksburg. We have well earned the reputation of the most corrupt city in the state of West Virginia. We've earned it from all the corrupt practices in the past 40 years. Now, you want a list? If I had more than 5 minutes, I could spend the next hour and a half telling you all the corrupt practices that happened. Just ones that happened while I was on council. But anyhow, you guys got to make a vote whether you're trying to circumvent the law or not. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak at the public hearing? If not, I will close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I just have one question for the city attorney. Is this ordinance lawful?
I'm not aware of why it would be.
Okay. Why it would be or wouldn't it be?
Why it would not be lawful. What has been brought up is the idea that what we're doing, and on all the ordinances say to give outstanding bills to the city, then you're not going to be able to move forward with the issues of all building permits and other things. And it's wrong. Under 81216, the property owner is liable for demolition costs. Now, the lien doesn't attach to them automatically, but they are still personally liable for that. And the city has previously, in the past, secured personal liability against those individuals. So I'm not sure what the issue is that we think that we cannot seek to try to collect the money that's owed to us, as opposed to allowing people to let buildings fall into disrepair and then move on to the next one and leave the city holding the bill.
So, I mean, I guess this question is for Kim and or the city manager. Does the city have the ability to efficiently keep track of this information?
Yes, we can keep track of this information.
Does it slow down the building permit process?
This ordinance?
Yes.
Well, it's not going to slow it down. All it's going to do is if you have outstanding bills to the city, you are not going to be able to get out another building permit.
So how quickly is this? What does the process look like? If this passes, what does the process look like when someone comes in?
The clerk that takes care of building permits, she just checks all the collection records and sees if any properties in those names are unpaid for any fee. Whether it be fire service fees, demolitions, grass and weeds, she can check all of that. And it wouldn't hold them up maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, they could hold it up if they choose not to pay.
Sure.
But not on the city end.
Right. Because I came in for a building permit last weekend. It was very quick.
Right.
And so, okay.
Yeah, she could quickly check.
If we have those access to those information so quickly, so if we would have a developer come in, can you easily access all of the information from their past debts? So we can also see that if there is a lien, are we keeping track of all of that information for someone that has had property for extended periods of time?
I have a correction on that. I came in for a building permit, it was denied.
Public hearings closed.
I asked for that information, and it's been a month, and I still haven't got it. Now, is it easily accessible to the councilman? It should have been accessible to the citizen.
Do we have like payment plans? Is that something we do?
We do payment plans.
What is like a typical, is it something just based on the situation?
Yes, it's done on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, but what kind of payment plans do we have? Like, is it 6 months? Is it?
No, there's some people that have years of a payment plan, but I can't go into detail on that because a lot of times it's B&O taxes, so I can't.
Okay, so there's not like a set.
No, it's on again, if someone's going through a situation where they've had a good history, we obviously will try to make sure that we want that business in the city and help them catch up. There was one business that's currently on a payment plan, and unfortunately they could not finish catching up, so they were not eligible for that grant program that the council did downtown.
I have a follow-up question if it'd be allowed, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone else have any discussion before I allow Mr. Dean to?
I'll just follow up to Councilman Griffle's question, I guess. So I guess if somebody is currently in a payment plan, they're attempting to get restitution to what they owe. So I guess by this ordinance, would they then be issued a building permit if they're current on their payments that are owed?
I would allow that exception. Yes, because that's not the intent of this. The intent obviously of this is we can see history, we can see who's paying and not paying within the city. And that's what the goal is.
But that'll be followed up with a person whom is in charge of doing the permits, cross-referencing that. Okay.
Do we have these costs categorized, such as demolition separate from fire fee, where you could have an itemized view?
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, no, it's okay. To follow up on Councilman Riffle's line of questioning, who makes the decision or who approves the payment plan? Director of Finance?
I can do it if it's, I'm higher now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? With none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Consideration of second and final reading and public hearing of an ordinance creating a section 1712.07 requiring owners of residential rental dwelling units within the city of Clarksburg to maintain valid and active occupancy permits for all rental units or to have such units lawfully under construction or renovation pursuant to an active city-issued building permit as a condition of receiving building demolition, renovation, zoning, site development, or other development-related permits from the city and renumbering subsequent sections. Notices appeared as previously stated.
I will now open the public hearing for anyone wishing to speak for or against the proposed ordinance. I will now close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there's none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Consideration of second and final reading and public hearing of an ordinance creating section 1712.08 of the codified ordinances of the city of Clarksburg, establishing building permit eligibility requirements for property owners, permit applicants, principal owners, and related companies or affiliated entities owing delinquent debts to the city and renumbering subsequent sections. Notices appeared as previously stated.
I will now open the public hearing for anyone wishing to speak for or against the proposed ordinance. I will now close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there are none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Consideration of a resolution to schedule public hearings on the charter amendment ordinances, ordinance numbers 26-8, 26-9, 2610, and 2611, previously approved by City Council.
I am going to recuse myself from this vote because one of the sections in question will, to schedule a public hearing has to do with a conflict where it would affect my current term as mayor. So I'll leave it to the vice mayor.
Public hearing.
It's not a public hearing.
It's not a
Yeah,
public
resolution. That was the question I was going to ask Council.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just gonna ask for a motion and a second, and then discussion. And then.
Well, the former vice mayor gave him bad advice. That's my bad.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I make a motion we accept the resolution to schedule public hearings on the charter amendment ordinances.
Second. Discussion.
Don't listen
So
to the Vice Mayor.
if the attorney can explain what we're doing here, just so the public understands as well.
So, as the charter amendment ordinances in June, and now we have to take those up and do those for a public hearing and give these 30 days notice for that, so the public can speak for or against those notices. So we scheduled that for, I believe, October 1st, and that will give us 30 days for the city clerk to notice that. And then, once that's completed, then the process can move forward to put these on the agenda, on the ballot for the voters to determine.
Okay, then if I can follow up, I guess, what ballot is that going on?
I think
Because
at this point, it's gonna go on either a special election or it's gonna go on.
the 28th.
Well, it'd be 2028. I think at this point, based on where we're at in the process, it's always gonna be hard to get on November.
Yeah.
Especially with our missed meetings, but, and that's what council, I believe, decides after the public hearing, whether they want to do special election or wait until 2028 as the next regular election.
And if a special election is held, that is paid for by the city of Clarksburg then,
That
correct?
is correct.
Are we still allowed to hold special elections
I
with
don't
the?
think there's anything in the state code that says you cannot hold a special election, no. The state code wants everybody to move to the even number of years. I believe you still hold special elections necessary. Because the code, I think the code has other special election provisions within it. But I can double check that, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. I knew that there was a change, but I wasn't sure if that, how far that went. Thanks, Richard.
So what's the next step after the public hearing? What's our next responsibility? Would it just be choosing the route for the election, or what is it?
Putting up the notice.
After the hearings?
We have to put the notice to schedule the public hearing. That's the next step after tonight.
No, I think he asked, what's the?
After the hearings.
Yeah. After the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the next one, and after the public hearing, the governing body may abandon the proposed amendment if objections have been filed, or it may submit the proposed amendment at the next regular municipal election, or a special municipal election, if the next regular election is more than 6 months away. So we're not gonna be able to get on the November ballot, so obviously our next regular election will be more than 6 months away. So council, once it has a public hearing, assuming it does, would move, and I think it has to, but let's see. Yeah, so at this point, you have to move forward and have this public hearing, you're required to under the code. And then at that time, you're able to make your decision whether or not you want to move forward or abandon it if there are objections. And presumably there would be objections made to this, so at that point, council will make that decision. If they're going to put it on the regular ballot, you can do nothing, or they're going to have a special election. But that's after your public hearing. But as far as this resolution, you're obligated to set a public hearing date.
Any more questions?
I call the question.
Call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna vote no, just for the fact that I voted no on the original. Just being consistent for your records.
Councilmember Bankow? Yes. Councilmember Dean?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramone?
Yes.
Mayor, okay, abstain. Motion carries. Consideration of first reading of an ordinance of the City of Clarksburg, West Virginia, amending Article 363.05, payment of parking tickets to increase fee for parking violations.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Motion second, yeah.
Madam City Manager, can you explain to myself and some of the others exactly what this increase is?
So right now, if you park on downtown where there is meters, and the goal is to get rid of the meters eventually. Right now, it's only a $5 ticket if you go over your time or you park where you shouldn't park. So it's more advantageous for people who are working downtown to park wherever they want to park and get a $5 ticket than actually buy a monthly pass to Jackson Square or the parking garage. And what we're trying to accomplish is that we want street parking downtown for people who are coming downtown other than those who simply work downtown. And the $5 parking fee just isn't accomplishing that. Raising the parking fee is in line with other cities and what they're doing. A great example is Buchanan. They've removed all their parking meters and they have a thriving downtown. So does Lewisburg. I don't know if everybody saw in the news. They're in the top 25 to be named Hallmark City for this Christmas. And that'd be a pipe dream. I would love that. But just working towards downtown revitalization, we want to make sure if people are taking the time to come and shop or eat downtown or do business downtown, that there's adequate street parking for them to park in and not people who are working downtown. We have other options for that.
Any other discussion?
So what is the eventual plan, when could we expect downtown to not have parking meters?
Once the sidewalks are done, which should be sometime next year.
And we're going to do Main Street first.
Main Street and Pike Street first.
At the same time?
We're going to try. For sure, if we can't, then it would be the Main Street side first, which is where the biggest concern with the parking meters are anyway. And then where it's needed on Pike, not all of Pike is needed to be replaced, and we're not going to replace sidewalks that don't need to be done either.
Okay. So are there currently, if you get one parking ticket, it's $5. Mm-hmm. Does the fee go up the more parking tickets you get?
It does not.
Yeah, go up, I think $10.
10 for the second time?
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't go up.
Do we have a system in place, or is there technology that is going to help us track it when we get rid of the meters? I hate to go up with the meters still there.
We have an app that Larry is starting to use, and that's what will be used to, because once we take out the meters, it'll be 2-hour parking, and that app with license plates will tell us if people are over the 2-hour parking limit.
So it's like a flock camera thing?
It is not a flock camera. It's not associated with flock. It's not linked to flock. It's not the same company as flock.
Well, we mentioned Buchanan, and for good reasons. Buchanan's they haven't had meters, and there's not a problem downtown. But they were enforcing it by literally the person would go around with a digital camera, take a picture, make a circle, go into their office, review the pictures on the digital camera, and make a second.
That's essentially what this app is.
But I still think it's not an efficient way to do it, but it worked for them.
Yeah.
I just don't. I hate that we're raising this with the meters still there. I mean, I know we can wait until the new sidewalks, but
it takes a while to create a new habit.
Yeah, but if the sidewalks, if there's no meters, what's the matter about the sidewalks? They could be like the worst sidewalks in the world. There's no meter.
Because when we redo the sidewalks, we'll be pulling the meters out and not putting them back.
But we can pull them out now.
But we're not going to.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like I think why don't we pull them now? I mean, Public Works should have it done tomorrow.
Well, we could if council would like me to pull them out.
Yes. I mean, if we're going to raise it, I want to pull them now. I want all of us to go out there right after this and take them.
You know what? We'll have them pulled out by the end of September.
Let's stick to the agenda item, please.
Well,
this is
that's part
the
of
agenda
parking.
item. We're talking about
Stay with us, Wayne.
Violations. So.
But yes,
It's not
that's not an issue. We can move that timeline up.
What does Buchanan charge for a parking ticket? Is it significantly higher? Do we know?
It's not $5.
Oh no. Is it? But is it is $25 the?
That was the average of what we found. Now, bigger cities are higher,
Yeah.
but like a couple of the big cities I looked at were 45, 55, and
Sure.
60, and that, to me, that's not even within the realm of being reasonable.
Councilman, there's an article on liveupand.com. So
Okay.
take it for what it's worth.
Yeah. Citizen journalism.
Fines range from $25 for the first violation to $100 for the third or subsequent violation.
Okay.
And well, I guess what they do, they specify filers entitled to 2 warnings per calendar year prior to receiving a ticket, and everyone's slate is like clean January 1, and then you get, so I guess you get 2 freebies, and then you get hit $25 up to $100.
We're not gonna make it
That
that
seems very
complicated.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do a $25 flat rate.
Yeah. I think if you're a habitual violator, you should pay more. But to kind of echo Councilman Riffle's ideas, I'm going to vote no on this right now. While the meters are still there, I was downtown last week and I didn't have the right app downloaded, and I'm somebody who is pretty tech savvy, and so when I think about my parents trying to come downtown, now my parents probably would have change in their car, but I don't have change in my car, and so
What app would you be using to park downtown?
Park it or
That is not the correct app.
you're right. It was the other one. It was Park Mobile, or that's right. I have Park It, which is in Pittsburgh, but
And
this.
again, we will take out the meters right away, so
well-
they won't be there.
Well, I agree. I agree with that. That's been something I've wanted to do, but I think I think we need to look at the whole policy as a different conversation right now, and so I'm going to vote no tonight.
I support this, but my question is, what's to stop an individual who works downtown from parking somewhere and then after about an hour and 45 minutes, hour and 50 minutes, moving their car to some other location and just moving their vehicles around? Is there a way to prevent that?
That's a bit of a more difficult problem to solve. I would say that maybe if we notice that behavior, someone is working, we would just go talk to the business and kindly ask the business, have your employees please park in these available parking lots.
Well, I think in the past, typically the risk for $5 when parking downtown for monthly was, you can get, I think it was like, when I used to work the courthouse, it was like $45 to $50 a month. It was worth risking it. If you don't get caught so many times in 1 month, you save money on parking. So that's just what they did. They just risked it. No, I never did that. Still don't. But so that was just, they took the risk because the amount was so low. So I think this changes the risk, and they may not make that risk. Now,
That's
hopefully,
what we're hoping.
and there's more parking available now than there was, because that one lot back there that was causing everybody issues is now no longer that same issue.
That's correct. It's no longer owned by that company out of California. So there's more options. But if we want to get people to come to downtown Clarksburg, parking can't be top of mind as something that's going to be an impediment to them. And that's what this is set to accomplish.
It just has to go 2 readings, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do we currently still have a full-time parking attendant then?
Yes, he
Full-time?
works 7 to 3 every day.
So once you park at 1, you're good to go. There you go, Gary. So just a question, did the parking authority take a look at any of this or make a recommendation?
They did, they passed it
They
by
did?
vote, yeah, so
Okay.
it was a positive vote to change this. I think that committee and council all have the same goals to get more traffic into downtown, so that's why it was brought forward to council, because there was a positive vote at that committee.
And you may not know off the top of your head, Kim, I don't know if you know either, but do you know how many tickets per month we're even issuing, if it's,
I don't, I'm sorry.
just wondering.
We've got a second.
We can have it back for second reading.
Any other discussion? There are none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Councilmember Banko? No. Councilmember Dean?
No.
Councilmember Howe?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
Mayor Ward?
Yes.
Consideration of first reading of an ordinance repealing the proposed amendments to sections 25 and 45 of the Charter of the City of Clarksburg relating to the Clarksburg Water Board, preserving all other charter amendments adopted by ordinance numbers 26(8), 9, 10, and 11, directing certification of the remaining charter amendments, and providing for related matters.
Do a motion? I don't think we need a legal opinion, really.
All right, I'll move, I'll move it.
Motion. I guess I'll second it since privilege of it as council member too. Any discussion? Well, that was going to be my question. Okay, well, I'll withdraw my second then. There's no second, I guess the motion dies.
Consideration of a resolution of the City of Clarksburg, West Virginia to recognize the 2014 agreement with the West Virginia Division of Highways and to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed accepting conveyance of South Chestnut Street.
So council, do you want to, the motion is second, do you want to explain this first?
Yeah, let's move it. I'll move it.
Second.
So a few years ago, Chestnut Street was deeded to the Department of Highways so they could redo Chestnut Street and repave it. Part of that agreement that was in place is when the work was done, we are to take it back over with the deed. Part of the Department of Highways process through the state is they need a resolution of council that council voted on, so I'm able, or the mayor is able to sign that deed. It's really as simple as that. It's already an assigned agreement between the city and the Department of Highways.
So, sorry, Mayor, I've got a question. So I guess my question would be, regarding.
Do we move this yet?
Yeah,
Yes.
we moved a second, yeah. Just in generality, I mean, back in 2014, when the agreement was passed with Clarksburg and the state of West Virginia, I guess my question is, why are they asking us to do something if this agreement was passed and everything in the agreements have been fulfilled? What is different?
They are insisting upon us to pass it. Jason, Lane, and I have gone around and around with them. Jason's talked to them multiple times, I've talked to them a couple times. In their hierarchy of bureaucracy, they are requesting
A resolution.
Demanding, that would be a better statement, us to pass this. They're the ones who drafted the ordinance.
Do they believe they deeded it to us?
Yes, right now we
They
have,
never deeded it to the city. It was a state toll road. It was a Virginia toll road. And we went back in history to show them that it was always a Virginia toll road, which then became a state of West Virginia toll road. And that's how we convinced them it was a state road that they had to maintain and convinced them to take on the project. So I don't understand. I guess that's where I'm kind of 14 years later, where we're at.
So, this came up from them, this is not
Right.
a report from us.
I'm sure it is.
They have a lady there working there who's trying to clean up a lot of old agreements. And, that's what she's been doing, and that's what she brought this to the attention. And
The Department of Highways rep is here if you want to
So I
hear.
can answer some questions, I believe. Yeah. So I need a resolution in your approved meeting minutes because I need to present this to the Board of Public Works for approval. It was in our agreement that after the project was done, that this would be deeded over to the city of Clarksburg as number 9 on the agreement. We held our end of the bargain. Because of this, we designed the project, we relocated the utility lines, we performed the relocation and acquisition. It saved the city a lot of money because we did everything in-house, engineering, construction, and acquisition. Several residents were relocated, and we sent out our acquisition agents to do that. And the DOH sent our own crews on this project. That was part of the deal. Number 9 says it gets deeded back to the city. We'd like ownership and the maintenance responsibilities of South Chestnut Street to transition back to the city. I really need the resolution and the approved meeting minutes just for the Board of Public Works. Anytime property is transferred between public agencies, I need that Board of Public Works approval. Before I can even get on the agenda, I have to have the deed, the approved meeting minutes, and that resolution. They meet 4 times a year.
I've got a question. The DOH owns the property, some property along that. Does that come with that as well?
The city has asked for that property, and it's in process of circulation. It's been approved in the district, and it's at central office now. It was requested for the recreational development project. That's something you all are interested in because of the height field and all that. So that's still in process. That's something we were willing to transfer for $1.
To follow up on it, that was actually another question I had, because I think I'd only be willing to agree to the resolution based upon the city at that time acquired and deeded to, I believe, we deeded all the right-of-way or the parcels along Chestnut Street and did all the research and acquisitions and deeded them to the state. So I'd want those back as well.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's on our highway plans. We were the ones who purchased that property, and I have acquisition deeds that are deeded over to the state of West Virginia, DOH.
Can you get us that paperwork? Because I'm not going to support the resolution without you turning over that property back to us.
That wasn't really the agreement. The agreement was.
Well, that's what I'm agreeing to right now, because I wasn't on council then. So if we're going to spend all this money on that project over there, I'm not going to support that until you have that agreement in place.
What money are we talking about?
Not money, property.
Not the money, the property.
The property. The state of West Virginia bought the property.
I'm aware, but
DOH.
I don't need to pass this resolution. You need us to pass this resolution.
So you want the parcels that went with the South Chestnut Street project. It's an acquisition, sure. I mean, it's circulating now, and I should get an approval soon.
As soon as you have that, and we can have that to our attorney, I'd be happy to do it
Can you
myself.
pass that with that clause in place, Richard, that,
Yeah, you can amend it.
so Councilmember Romano, we could amend the resolution that.
Contingent upon.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment then that we make that contingent upon receiving that
The
property.
execution of that.
Do we need the parcel numbers?
Yeah, so I have a map of those parcels. These were the acquisition parcels. They were purchased. 3 residents were relocated.
Richard, do you need me to list all of these?
No, I know where they are.
Can we get anything else out of this? I'm sure.
Is that, you made the motion? I'll second the amendment.
Yeah, they're really two separate. This was never part of the deal anyway. This wasn't part of the agreement.
Well, I think, but I guess I'm going back to
We've got a
the,
motion in a second,
Yeah.
so we need to, we get to have discussion on the amendment.
I think it goes to the amendment, though, what we're talking about here.
So do we need to list those parcels in the amendment when we?
I think Councilman Romano, if he wants to make that motion, could be contingent upon the parcels, he just needs to say that, and we can fill that in. Or kind of clarify that position, we know which parcels there are, there are parcels right across South Chestnut there, that belongs in the DOH currently.
And just to be clear, that's not part of the agreement that we made. A legal agreement. The legal agreement said that we partnered with you, that we did this work, and then we were turning over the road and the maintenance to you all, back to you all. That was never a road before. That was made a county route during the project by Commissioner's order in 2014.
Council, you have that vote to amendment to vote on.
But I will say, go on, I'm sorry.
Any other discussion on the amendment? No other discussion.
And actually, if I may, it does say, upon completion by division of all phases of the project, the division shall then convey by deed to city all divisions right title interest in South Chestnut Street, including all easements and purposes thereto, and city shall accept same by written acknowledgement to division of acceptance, which would tend to indicate that it would encompass the properties that were secured that are purposes thereto.
It says easements and appundances. Appundances, that these are uneconomic remnants.
They are, but they were required specifically for South Chestnut Street, and they are pertinent there too as part of the overall project. So, you know, there's no, you and I can't resolve that dispute, but I'm just saying, for council's perspective, that's what the agreement does say, and there are grounds to support Councilman Romano's position.
I'm not withdrawing my amendment. So.
Well, I'm saying, that's what I said, there's grounds for support there too.
So, any other discussion? If not, for the vote on the amendment, anyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay, the amendment passes, so we need to pass the original.
As amended.
Any other discussion on the original measure? There's no discussion, we'll call the question. All in favor to pass the resolution with the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries.
So we're to defer it.
Consideration of a resolution of the City of Clarksburg, West Virginia to approve a software services contract with GovWell Technologies, Inc., and to authorize the city manager to execute the same.
Mayor, I would ask that we defer this item. Brian was unable to be here, and there's actually some changes in the present. So I would ask to defer it to our August 31st meeting.
I'll move to table the item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table the item. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
Consideration of payment to the Clarksburg History Museum for the annual stewardship fee of $1,500 for the Civil War markers.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there are none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Consideration of the award of bid for the purchase of a side-by-side with plow for the Public Works Department with monies from the sales and use tax fund.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
So don't we need a award?
Yeah.
Awarded bid?
It is recommended that the City Council approve the purchase of the Polaris Ranger at a budgeted cost of $28,147.50 with an additional $2,381 for the plow attachment for a total of $30,779. The purchase will be made through RG Motorsports in Bridgeport, a vendor previously utilized by the city with satisfactory results.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any
Discussion.
discussion?
Yes. Oh,
You go.
okay. So was this bid?
It was bid and it was on the capital plan at budget time as well.
But I mean, what were the other bids? Are they in there in the back?
It should be in the
Okay.
back.
Looks like this was the only bid
I put the same one in there for each one of them.
for that and the salt bin, right?
Yes.
The truck had multiple bids.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jerry.
So it has a plow, so obviously it will be used for snow removal.
Yes,
But for the rest of the
smaller
year-
areas that we have trouble accessing, dead-end street sidewalks, we had some trouble with those last year. And that was the main reason for this machine.
Oh, so for the rest of the year, it will be used for what? I've heard there's a lot of trucks that sit because they have plows on it, Public Works. They're not used, like some of our newer ones. I mean, is there
This isn't-
something we can use for, like patrolling? Maybe the police can use to patrol the, rails for trails? Is there other uses that we can get out of this the rest of the year?
100% if that's what you want to do. I will light that thing up and let the police use it when the Public Works isn't.
I mean, I just, obviously it's very, very important during the winter months, but there's none,
We will find a dual use for it, so it's not sitting all year.
The plow is removable.
Yes. You got a new toy chip, kid.
So there's any other discussion? I just had, just this one question. So does this require 3 bids?
Not at all.
I think you took out the seals, didn't you?
They took out the seal and they only got one bid in.
Yeah, you don't require 3, but you have to put it out to bid.
Okay.
And if we weren't happy with that cost, we could try again. But based on our research, it was a fair price.
Any other discussion? If there are none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No, and I'm only voting, I support it, but I'm only voting because of the same reason I voted no when we spoke about the budget. I just don't feel the sales and use tax is the proper place to have the funds come from.
Councilmember Bankow?
Yes.
Councilmember Dean?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Consideration of the award of a bid for the purchase of 2 F-350 trucks for the Public Works Department with monies from the sales and use tax funds.
So moved.
Second.
We need someone needs to read off the bid and who was awarded this bid.
I make a motion that we accept the bid from Stevens Auto for $45,569.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Discussion.
Discussion.
So is that the exact same total for both? So it would be 91 something thousand? Is that-
Yes.
Do we need to amend the motion to show that it's 2 trucks? Well, because then the total is wrong,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, we would need to amend that motion now.
I make a motion, we amend the total for, that would change the amount to $91,138.
I don't unlock mine.
Stevens Auto.
For Stevens Auto.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No.
Councilmember Banko?
Yes.
Councilmember Dees?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
No, due to the same reason of sales and use tax.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes. Now, will this be passed as amended?
No, we need to vote on it as amended.
Okay. So any other discussion on this as amended? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
No.
Councilmember Banko?
Yes.
Councilmember Dees?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
No, same reason.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Consideration of the award of bid for the purchase of a salt bin for the public works with monies from the sales and use tax.
So move.
We need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
63,100.
I move that we accept the bid for the salt bin from RDR for $63,100 out of the sales and use tax.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
I want to stay consistent due to the sales and use tax. I don't think it's the proper use of it, so count me as a no. But I do support it.
Councilmember Banko?
Yes.
Councilmember Dees?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
And Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Consideration of 2 appointments to the Land Reuse Agency.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to appoint Mary Hunt and James Swagger to the LRA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Discussion. Are they not already on the LRA?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the amount, the total amount of people that can be on the LRA? 5? Is there anything or stating the amount of city employees that can be on the LRA?
Excludes 3 and 2.
Say that one more time.
I believe the split is, the positions are listed, so it's 3 and then 2 from the public.
That's all.
Just one discussion, I guess. Just to follow up to Councilman Romano's. So who are the ones on there? I know Tiffany is.
Kim
Kim?
and Jason.
And who?
Jason Lane.
Is the,
I don't think it's set. I don't believe the position is actually set.
well,
I might be incorrect though.
so I guess my, well, but I guess, was there a meeting today? I couldn't have a good view. I was,
Yeah, it was a couple hours long.
yeah, it was long. But so I guess the The voting members today were who?
Jason, myself,
Who was sitting up here as well?
Brian was here, but he wasn't voting.
Okay, who is the director of code?
Brian.
Okay, I think three, the way the ordinance is city manager or designee, the director of finance or director's designee, and then the director of code enforcement or such director's designee. So is Brian designating somebody now?
No, it's just for today. Jason, we were dealing with stuff that we'd already talked about. So we talked about after this meeting, I was gonna meet with Richard and look who it should be if we wanna continue putting Jason as a designee or putting Brian on there.
That was our first meeting since Brian took over the code.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we have further down on here for appointments. I mean, could that person be a member of council?
I think the ordinance could be amended to do that, yes.
And council can attend those at any time as well.
Well, my problem is that I don't like the fact that it's weighed so heavy to employees of the city and the city manager. There should be more say from council or from the public. So my suggestion or discussion would be that we would add people, because I would want it to be weighed at least 60-40. The members of our constituents would be the folks voting.
So I would actually argue that's not the best way to do that when you're putting together $50 million deals for places like the Waldo and the Gulf,
I'm gonna have to call a point of order here, because, I mean, we need to vote on the motion in the second, and the discussion was to appoint the two members. So, any other discussion, beyond that, I think, is out of order.
Yeah. Call the question.
The question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Consideration of appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mr. Mayor, I move to appoint Marcus Ryder to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Consideration of appointments to the Business Advisory Committee.
Mr. Mayor, I move to appoint the following persons to the Business Advisory Committee: Evan Jones, Kurt Lyden, Richard Swiger, Curtis Edwards, Camden Cutlip, and Diana Druga.
we also have Kim as well. Tina Pride of the additional two.
Did we get a
Do we get
data form?
Do we have their data
We have
sheets?
their data sheets somewhere in the office. Okay, we'll put it on the next agenda because we still have space on there, unless Kim's not interested anymore. Okay.
There's a motion and a second.
You made a second. You make it
Who made
second.
a second?
I did.
Okay.
Sorry.
So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Discussion, so there's 6 and how many more spaces, is there 7?
Many.
Many.
There's 9 or 11. There's a lot.
Do you have to own a business inside the city to be on this committee? Or can you be somebody who is a business owner?
I can't remember if this, you have to own a business, but I don't know if it's inside the city limits.
Okay.
I'll verify that.
What other requirements is there? I thought there was
There has to be a chamber representative as well. So I was speaking to the chamber to find out which representative they wanted on there. But
Yeah. Any other discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Discussion and or consideration regarding the YMCA. Executive session for this one?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch for executive session that we may want to just do all at once.
Okay. Discussion regarding the CBD. Discussion of identification and use of property for future purchase. Discussion regarding height.
Pursuant to Chapter 6, Article 9A, Section 4 of the West Virginia Code, I move that council adjourn into executive session to discuss matters involving the purchase, sale, or lease of property, advanced construction planning, the investment of public funds, or other matters involving competition which, if made public, might adversely affect the financial or other interests of the city, to discuss legal matters and personnel matters, and that the following persons be present: Mayor and members of council, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and also reserve the right to call others into executive session as necessary.
Second. A motion and a second. Any discussion? I have a question in regards to going to executive session on these, was it 3 or 4? And this is for the city attorney. I just, my question is, why are we required to go into executive session for the YMCA? I mean, it seems, and I'm just gonna go down the list. What would warrant that?
That one, I'm not sure what our issue is with the YMCA. I've been involved in that.
I mean, because if I'm, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought going in an executive session, you have to have either current or pending litigation, purchasing or negotiation of a property, or a personnel issue.
Those are the 3 main reasons for legal issues. Those are the main 3 reasons we go into executive session.
All 4 of these fall under one of those categories, but I'm not going to go into details in public because that negates the whole purpose of going to executive session.
And so even with this discussion regarding the CDB, I mean, that's really vague.
That falls within the executive session.
Under what code?
Under personnel and other issues.
Personnel and other issues?
Yes, so, which I prefer not to do.
Yeah.
What I stated.
Yes, that's, I don't know about that. And then this other one here, discussion or identification of the use of property in future purchase.
That specifically goes to business acquisitions.
Okay, all right. And then the discussion regarding Height Field. I mean, is that current or pending litigation?
Or business acquisition.
That's all the questions I have. So any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Yes.
To all of them, or
Yeah.
are you staying up here?
Yep.
Okay. Let me do it. Call the
Councilmember Bango? This is first executive session. Councilmember Dean?
Yes.
Councilmember Howe?
Yeah.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Riffle?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Romano?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
No. And I just want for the record that I will not be going to executive session because I feel like one of these discussion items is improper to go back on. It's not enough, detail on one of these, so I'm just gonna not be back in executive session.
I move that we exit executive session, return to regular session.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Action, member second.
Discussion and/or consideration regarding the YMCA. I would ask that Mayor ask Luis and Eddie to come up and talk about cost to the approval of the YMCA above my threshold. So at least it comes to council.
As you're aware, we've ran into back in the last part of May, the heating system started this whole process. Went down for the pool and the pool water. It's all part of a contained system. 2 boilers in the back part of the building, and they only provide heat to the pool, and they also heat the water as well. What we found was back in 2023, when Weather Service replaced the 2 boilers, there's 4 pumps in that room that circulate water through the air handlers for the heat, and the water handler for the pool water. They repaired or rebuilt 2 of those pumps. They're ceiling mounted pumps. There's 2 on the floor as well. Both those pumps failed. We'd been operating the entire system for the entire swim season on 1 pump. We shut the other one down. Normally what the process is you want to run one for 30 days, then you transfer over to the other so that you don't put all your weight and burden on 1 pump. But we only had 1 to work from. We had failed sometime in April. We were out of pool season. We didn't care. As we started getting into this, it was determined by Weather Service that they had been repaired, but they had been kind of as marginally as they possibly could. They knew what the wise financial stability was, so they recommended we replace them. So, obviously we started down that trail. We got 3 bids. The 3 bids came in from Weather Service, Casto, and Tom Michaels. Weather Service bid was $20,240 to replace the 2 pumps and install them. Those are new pumps. They did provide us an option to, again, repair those 2 existing pumps, but they didn't. They highly discouraged us from exercising that because they had been repaired once before, and they said they couldn't guarantee the repairs for more than 30 days if we used the existing housings and just put new bearings and parts in those. They did not feel that was a safe bet. Casto Technical Services, their bid was $13,911, and Tom Michael was $14,302. That's to replace those 2 pumps. In the process of that, we also looked at the filtration system that works on circulating the water in the pool to make sure that we were going to be in a situation where that was going to be viable as well. And we come to realize that the plastic piping in that room as well is in extremely bad shape. In fact, it's separated in a couple places. So we've entertained some bids for that as well. We got the bids in this week out of a company that Doug Comer has contacted that does the pool work for the National Pools out of Roanoke, Virginia. They do all the Doug's work. And they provided 2 quotes, one to just do the piping system, which is $12,079, and one for a complete repair of the sand filters themselves, changing the medium, a lot more extensive work, which is $20,900. Now, this work we think could be possibly corrected by the sanitary board. They have offered to do the work, and we think we probably could do that for about $4,000, maybe $5,000 in pipe and fittings. But the time that it's going to be involved in doing this, we're mission critical now. We're at a point in time where swim season is going to start early October. they'll start letting the kids come in there. There's at least, Casto wants at least 3 weeks lead time when they order the pumps, to get the parts in. We're not 100% sure that the bid that they quoted, since it was submitted in June, if it's going to be viable. So there may be a slight increase in that as well. So, our recommendation, obviously, we've had a horrible storm this week. If we were in a situation where we were going to rely on the sanitary board to fix those pipes, and we ended up in a similar situation, they may be down, worried about sanitary sewer for the residents of our city. Obviously, that's going to take precedent than fixing the pool. So, there's considerations there that I don't want to put a lot of burden on the sanitary department and commit his men and facilities to that repair if we don't necessarily have to. So we're looking at, if you do it all, we're looking at about anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 in repairs just to get this pool operational. We're in a situation right now where we know there's a water leak. Every day we have to go up there in the pool and put at least 500 gallons of water a day. So, we know that we've worked with the water board. They're very considerate about the water loss. We've been kind of measuring that. But this is, we're at a pretty pivotal moment, and it's got to make a decision. We're going to put a bunch of water in it, and even at that, the repairs that we made last year to the pump station that brings the water from the water service provider up the hill and into the building, that is offline as well. That may be a minor repair, that may be a major one. We don't know for sure. But yet again, we don't know. There's the control electronics in that room, in that pump house down over the hill, is very problematic and very sensitive to any issues. So, there's a lot of demons that we're dealing with at the Y, and that's just to get the pool operational. That doesn't account for the fact that we still have bids out, quotes, to repair the heating and air conditioning in one of the exercise rooms and one of the fitness rooms. And there's a leak in the roof between the two buildings, where the old building was and the new building was, that we can't track down. So, if we want to get the pool opened up, we're going to have to make some serious decisions and a serious investment. I can tell you from information that's provided to me by Tracy Bird, in January 6th, effectively up until that point, we spent about $43,000 on the Y, getting it to that point. And we were able to manage and get the Y operational all the way through swim season, which ended in February. At the end of July of this year, we spent $107,903 so far at the YMCA. So this is where we're at.
What are those two totals again, since it's closed?
About $43,000. That was from the time that we took it over in September until January 6th. That accounted for a lot of major repairs.
That was 2025.
That was 2025, with January of 2026.
And what so far in 2026?
Well, that's a total since we've took it over. There's not an additional, but
Okay.
now the total is up from the 43 up to 107,931.
Did you deduct the $20,000 from the Board of Education
Yes.
from that number?
Yeah.
So realistically, we could say that was $23,000.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Drew, what do you estimate the amount of man hours to do the sand pumps there?
For us to fix just the piping, I would say it's probably going to be, for us, probably 2 to 3 days. That's a lot of piping in that room. Now, we can fix the piping, but I don't know what's wrong with the sand filter. One pipe's kind of pulled out of the one sand filter. I don't know how it happened, but that's some pretty big fittings, pretty big pipe. I have some in stock that I can do it, but you're looking at a couple of days. Now the issue is what's wrong with the main pump station. Again, I can't get the water running. We're waiting for a nice day to be able to get back down there to try to tear it apart again. But again, when we started this last year, I said I had a Band-Aid fix on it. I'd Band-Aid fix it, get us through the swim season. Don't know how long it will last. I put that VFD on there to get it to run, but that whole panel has so much, had water in it to where I don't even know. You just kind of shut the door and just pray that it works through the night. Larry and I are gonna try to head back down there the next nice day to try to get the water running again, but I can't make any promises the way it's currently set up.
Have we gotten quotes on totally replacing the pumps to drive the water back up?
To totally replace the pumps, you're looking at probably 10 to 12,000 per pump, but you need to do, that whole building needs tore down and redone. There's too much water that gets in that building. And no, that's just for the pumps, that's not counting where you have to do the whole electrical panel at the same time.
I mean, in my mind, I'm just thinking if we're gonna do something there down the road, or if someone else is going there, you have to have water. So you're gonna have to have the pump.
If you're gonna keep it in future, my advice would be to redo that whole pump station and redo both lines going up the hill. Because they've already been patched over the years. And if they bust, there's no way to fix it right now.
I mean, those sand filters were old. I had to test it 20 years ago when I was a lifeguard there. I totally support the swim teams and having that there. You know, I think there's been a lot of bad press and there's some change in administration over there. So I'd ask the city manager to reach out. I mean, it's still unfair. I mean, I'll say my age and I'm a few years older than Jerry, but I was one of the first handful of classes at RCB. RCB was supposed to have a pool. So it's not fair that once again, a Board of Education thing, whether it's local from the state, fell on the city because 25 years ago plus, RCB should have had a pool that all of the county schools should use. So now we're in a place that we have to use city funds so the swim team can survive, which should be a Board of Education problem. So in my mind, if we're covering this, they don't have a fix for it. They're not gonna build a pool soon. I mean, we need to have a discussion with the new superintendent, Tiffany, to up the funds there and discuss what I just said. I mean, they should have had a pool in Clarksburg at RCB 25 years ago.
So I don't think that it's possible because I was told that amount is set in the levy for the pool.
20,000 is, but
Yeah.
any additional
So-
money would be a decision they would make.
They have
could
facilities
make.
money.
They have facilities money? Okay.
And the fact that, like we heard from some of the constituents with the consolidation, it's not right. I mean, in my mind, they should still be building a pool at RCB now. They have the land and they should have the funds to do it.
And not only that we're helping to support Clarksburg citizens and the students of Clarksburg citizens, we're also helping outside of our own city limits. Kids from South Harrison and things are benefiting from this. We're going above and beyond for the youth. The Board of Education should definitely understand.
And it's not
that
just
and
South
respect
Harrison.
that.
I mean, there's students that go to Notre Dame that are not in the city limits, so.
Yeah, because the last swim season, Larry and I pretty much lived there every day. We got the pool stopped, the water stopped working, or this stopped working, and we were there up on the weekends.
It was almost every
With all the
day.
pump issues, are you guys or is the park board testing? Is the chlorine, is the pH levels, is it all safe? If a swim team went in right now, I know the water's down. Is the water safe?
No, sir. Currently, we do not have a valid permit from the health department. It failed the health department test because pools, there's no filtration on the water. We're just keeping it hyperchlorinated right now
So it
to
doesn't go
keep it
out.
to where it's clear. I wouldn't encourage you to swim in it.
What about they've changed some regulations, I think, with the air quality. I mean, I know that staying in that pool forever it's intense. And if you're jacking the chlorine up, I don't want the high school kids going in there and you can barely breathe.
Once we get the heating system, the pumps fixed for the heating system, we can turn the air handlers back on, and we don't have any problems with that. But you're like, that's the two pumps that we were discussing we can't turn the air handlers back on until we get those pumps fixed. I mean, we can turn them on, but it's gonna be blowing cold air. You're not gonna have any heat at all in there. So until we get the boilers, pumps repaired, that's a separate fix from what the filtration system is.
What's the water temperature right now?
Right, well, probably in the 60s, 70s. I mean, the water's not being heated, it's not being moved, it's just stagnant in the pool, and we're keeping it clear by over chemical.
So what other things you need to do in the locker rooms? I mean, I know that we're trying to get limited, but they still have to change, they
Those
still have to
things
shower.
we think, those are very minimal. We're pretty sure Public Works can take care of those. There were some commode issues that Because the water's not running, obviously the commodes there was low water in the basins and some of that stuff. So but we did not pass our health department inspection because of the pool chemicals were out of balance. The air wasn't moving. I mean, these are all things that we knew were going to be problems in the evaluation.
I don't know if it's
the boiler system was fully working up front either. It kind of went out towards the end of the season.
Yeah, that's in the office area in the heat.
I don't know if it's for you guys or for you, Tiffany. What is the contribution that we've been pledged from the park board towards the Y, if any?
There hasn't been a contribution. What they do is during their off months, they supply staff to run up there, which is very helpful because they have someone on staff who's certified to do the chlorine, and they have lifeguard.
So they're providing the lifeguard from the 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. or whatever the swim teams are going in right now?
Yeah.
All right.
So
those are my only
And
questions.
they're there. There's one guy there in the evenings.
They're there as well, one of their staff members.
So if
I just
we're,
want to make a point of clarification, so, because when you all came back in from executive session, we're discussing, item L, discussion consideration regarding the YMCA. Because I didn't hear the clerk read that, so I just wanted, for the public, to make a point of clarification, what we're talking about and what we're discussing, so. Move on.
Okay, so if the swim team, if we were to move forward with this, swim team's next questions would be when can they get in? When do we have any expected, you said 2 to 3 week lead time on?
We're looking at least minimum 30 days to get the repairs finished.
They can probably make the start of their season, but I need council to vote on this if council wants.
We'd have to do it now because they're going to have to. I mean, that pool is usually supposed to be like 83 degrees. So I mean, they got to, whatever they do to make that change, the pool's not going to go from 60 to 83 even if everything's working. And a week, probably 2 weeks to even get the heat back up.
Talking with Doug, we would like to have at minimum 21 days of operation with the filtration system and the heating system stable to know. And of course, that's going to require also the water supply coming up the hill. One of the things that we did last year was, Drew spoke about it, was VFD, which is a variable frequency device that helps soften when the pump comes on and how it comes on and then how it turns off. It's not a hard slam when it comes on. And what that did, that softened up the water hammer that was massive coming up the hill. And the other thing was, according to one of the board members, that there's a 1,000-gallon water tank in the Y over top of one of the fitness rooms. And it's got a rubber bladder in it, and that helps kind of keep the pressure stable at the Y. Well, for 7 years, they were told that was impossible to replace. Well, Tom Michael and his crew replaced it, and Drew and Larry drug this massive bladder through the building out the front door. So that fixed a lot of our water problems. And I think with the day-to-day operations, it was working pretty good. It was only when we started ramping down things, and we weren't in there every day. We weren't flowing water every day. But there is a serious issue, and we don't know what that is just yet with the supply coming up the hill. It could be very minor. It could be something major. We don't know. We haven't looked at that at all.
I think, take Councilmember Romero's point too, I think council needs to have a discussion next year. What is the school board going to do about providing their teams with adequate space to practice?
I don't think they have any plan to do. I don't think they care. I think they'll just send them out the bridge.
Don't make them go to the bridge where they can't compete. Yeah. And, we have had multiple people from the time I was in school on who have been almost Olympic athletes. I'll use that word. I mean, so the fact that they're not supporting it is wrong. I mean, I totally support this. Going through this, I think we need to, Councilman Deems and other people have brought it up before. We don't have a long-term plan. So, I mean, my assumption was we need to do this for the kids, whether it's unfair that the Board of Education put this on us. But if we're going to fix it, we might as well fix it the right way. So if we do decide to proceed with anything at the Y, it's fixed instead of doing a short fix. And then we decide to do something next year, and then we're having the same exact conversation that you guys had last year.
I think the first thing you need, if you're going to fix it up, the first thing you need to address is the pump station and the water.
The water supply.
get that is the very first thing. You can fix the pool, you can fix everything you want, but if you can't keep water there, there's no point.
Whether we are going to redevelop it, sell it, someone else goes there, like you have to have water. So, I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer, but maybe everyone else disagrees.
Because it's down to one pump. It was set up for 2 pumps, which you should rotate pumps. Well, they only had it down to 1 pump, so you're living off 1 pump. And if it goes out, that's the only pump that's there.
I would ask that council put forward a motion that I can move forward with getting quotes and starting with the water supply, do the proper fixes to ensure that there's water and it's usable for RCD this year.
I'll make a motion that you guys do the lowest bid for full replacement of the internal pumps that you had mentioned, the boilers, that the we authorize sanitary to do the sand pump repairs and any costs associated with that, as well as the city manager to get quotes for full replacement of the external pumps at the bottom of the hill.
Second. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on item agenda L? If there are none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Which one we're deferring to?
And the CBD.
Okay. If there's no objection, we'll defer to discussion item, agenda item M. M, is it M?
M, yeah,
M as in man, okay.
till next, the 31st.
I'll move the table, the item M.
Second.
Okay.
As in
We have a motion and a second table.
Councilmember Deeds.
Motion and a second table item number N. Just discussion regarding the CDB. Motion and second, any discussion on it? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
So no action is needed on N or O. Moving on to P, right? Yes, and that's a carryover from our last meeting agenda.
So if there's no objection, we will skip to item number P. Any objection from the council? None there, so we'll go to item number P. You want to read that?
Discussion on mayor's appointments of council liaisons to boards, commissions, and committees. There was a memo in the packet from Richard about that.
On the, I don't think there was one on the.
Yeah, it's on council
I think the last time we discussed this,
Oh, I'm sorry, council.
I think the last time we discussed this, I think the only thing that was required to have a council representative in relation to state code was the planning and zoning. So I'll ask our legal counsel again, is there any obligation, for the mayor to appoint council liaisons to boards and commissions and committees other than planning and zoning?
I don't think the mayor has an obligation to appoint anybody to any board.
Okay.
It's just that you appoint council members to certain boards, which I think is appropriate and discussed within the ordinances. And I think historically what's been done is the mayor has made those appointments and council has then approved them. Because that's how I view it, is how it would be done. Because it does talk about a council member will be appointed to a board and by council. But I think that the mayor historically has been one of his, or could have been her, duties to nominate that person, that council member.
So that was that's a requirement under ordinance?
Well, I think, there's got certain ordinances that you have, what was one of them? I think like the Historical Society or the Historical Commission. I mean, is we come up and you can't see some other stuff, like we have liaisons to the senior center.
Right.
That's one. I don't even know what all your liaisons are where you go out to. So, I mean, I don't fully comprehend what the question is. Are we going to get rid of these liaisons?
Is it required?
Is it legally required to have a council rep on committees? Most of them it is not.
No, you wouldn't have to have a council rep on those committees. That's why we have to go down each individual committee to determine it. And there's, again, speaking to the senior citizens board, there's nothing, I think, we have to go look at their bylaws. You have to go by each of their bylaws, because it's not even in ordinances. So, a good example, I think the Clarksburg Harrison Board of Health, we appoint people, not necessarily a council member, but I don't think that's in the ordinances. So we have to go again to each individual one to make that determination based on that entity's bylaws and or our position. Sometimes they just ask us to be invited to those, is my understanding.
And the reason why I asked that, I mean, I think in the beginning, Councilmember Riffle, had a good point, he said it wasn't required, and I think, I asked that too, because being a liaison, other than planning and zoning commission, which I think you have to have a council representative on there by state code. I don't think that's a mayor's appointment. Council will just have to, approve that. These are bodies that the council liaisons do not have a vote on, I believe. Am I correct?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
I think it would be up to those boards. So, I mean, I'll give you an example. Wayne, I had a Wednesday at the Italian Festival Board. They asked me who our liaison was. So we've set a precedent before in the past. A lot of these organizations are requesting it. Those folks were never voting. Mayor Malfajo was there before. I refused doing that myself because I am a voting board member. And if they would ever come here for money, I would recluse myself. But they are still asking because that person has always been, they view the city, it's the biggest festival like I've talked about before, and it's important to have a direct connection there and in every definition of the word of a liaison. So I just want to put that as an example of, even though it's not a voting, we've set a precedent and it's important to some of those organizations.
And that is fine. I mean, I have no problem with making those appointments. I just needed to know if it was required or not. And I guess it's up to the whatever committee assignments or whatever liaisons to these boards that I apparently appoint folks to or council members to. It's up to them whether or not they want to attend those. So.
Well, I think it's important if we're going to do something, we get something on paper. If it doesn't say that, we need to make. I'm not against it, and that's why I want to make sure it's clear. I'm not against it. I'm just don't want to do things just because we've done it. And historically, liaisons, it's outdated. Everything's like online. We can get the minutes, like their attendance in person. And most of Will did an amazing job as a sanitary board. I mean, he came back, gave us reports. I was on the cable TV committee or something. Not once did I don't even watch cable TV. but our goal was the purpose was to report back to council. We never did that. Like nobody. Will did an amazing job. But the rest of them, we don't have to do it. And I don't want it to one day, in the future, use it as like it become objective and people want to just punish people or not that you would do that at all. Like I just want to we just need to get away from it. It's not on paper, it's not a requirement, we shouldn't do it. And if we want to do it, let's get it right, which is why that's why we discussed the governance manual thing that I've been working on. Like all of that puts things on paper, and so it's not a question if
I don't know, I'm just sort of an impasse because if it's not a requirement, but if it's important,
But if it's important, any council member can attend an LRA meeting, any council member can attend the URA meeting, any council member can attend the sanitary board meeting. I think the point is if there's certain committees within the city that are required by our ordinance or by state code to have a representative, then by law, you should be filling those.
Exactly.
So that if the planning commission requires by state code, there needs to be a council member on there, you need to do that around the council table.
Right.
But
it's a
like
council
a
appointment.
liaison to the park board, there's nothing in writing that says you need a liaison to the park board. If all of council wants to attend every park board meeting, every council member should attend the park board meeting if they so choose to.
I mean, can I request what council, what is required?
Yes, we make that list for you, and it can be on the next agenda.
But that's not, but right now, the process is to appoint something to somebody with all the council like it normally is.
No.
That's the only process we have on paper. There's no process to say somebody can just suggest it.
There's nothing on paper to do. That's my point. There's nothing to do and appointing anywhere. It's just been something that historically.
Oh, you said make a list. I didn't know what you meant. When you said make a
like
list.
going to the planning commission, the state requires a council member. So I'm gonna go through all the committees and see if there's any requirements that we appoint a council member.
But I also don't think that we should leave people who have a precedent. Like I'm sure there's 20 other things like the Italian festival where we have a precedent of someone being involved. And just because there's no ordinance, if those people have relied on that pathway of communication, we should keep that open. And I don't care how we vote on
If
it.
the external committee wants that and they request that, I agree, I can create that list as well.
I mean, let me ask our city attorney again. I mean, is these liaisons, I mean, I'm just trying to confirm, city managers, is that true? It's not a requirement.
I'm unaware of any requirement for a council member to be on the Italian Heritage Festival, for example. I mean, from a personal standpoint, I think Council Member Romano is right. I think you need to come up with a list of those because it does get you go out in the community and get your information to come back to better serve it.
And I agree with that 100%.
So, but from a legal standpoint, no, if you don't, I was trying to find earlier what you had. You have to have a council member on Historic Landmarks Commission. Who knows who's even on Historic Landmarks Commission? The last time there was a meeting for that. So it's stuff like that. If it's not in the ordinances, I can't see what there is. But if it's not in the ordinance, then it's not going to be anything.
My question is someone fighting to be the liaison for anything? Like, why is this a concern?
I think the question came up from Council Member Riffle in the fact that it's just become past practice. When a new council is elected, the mayor appoints people to all these boards. And the question is, everybody's so busy, what's the purpose of people being on these boards? They're not voting members. Like we have a rep for the URA. That person's not a voting member. When we go into executive session, the council member is not allowed to stay. And any council member can watch those meetings online or attend in person. So by putting forward a resolution assigning council members to certain committees that don't require it, you're basically saying you should be attending, but what's the purpose of that? If it's not actually required by law.
Is your question about whether it's required by law or not, who is appointing this person?
My thing is I just want to get it cleaned up, have a system, have a process for future when we're not here. That's all. That's my only issue. Which if you guys reviewed what I sent you, it's all in there.
I read it. I just.
So I can bring back a list of all the committees, ones that are city committees, and then one that are external committees like the Italian Heritage Festival, and who wants representatives, and then council can decide how to move forward.
And you'll find the ones even by ordinance what are required, by ordinance for a council member to serve on those.
Yes.
Appreciate that because that can clear up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, not a problem. We'll have that on the 31st.
I want historical landmark. No, you're older. You can have historical.
I've never even heard about that committee.
It's pretty.
Defunct.
Yeah.
Still the ordinance, so that's your issue.
It's defunct.
I want the tree commission.
The Shade Tree Commission,
Shade
yeah.
I've heard about that one.
That one required too, by the way.
First time a gang has taken the bull flag.
Q, so that can we just send to the council, does council want to have action
We'll
on
just,
that?
we'll just let Annette read each one of them and then go from there.
Discussion regarding council comments on the council meeting agenda. That's one where I said there was a amendment, yes.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Self-explanatory.
Yeah.
And that memo is attorney-client privilege, right?
That's correct.
So I'm sure everybody's looked at that.
Yes.
Any other discussion on item Q? All right, moving on to R.
Discussion regarding goals of members of city council.
Okay, guys, speak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I requested to put this on the agenda for the sake of time. We don't have to get too far into it tonight. What I would say is I was having a conversation with somebody that lives in the city, and, you know, it seems like maybe we get distracted or we don't follow through with plans. I think that this council, you know, we're all going to be here for 2 years, maybe. I guess there's one of us that could be gone sooner, but you know, I think we need to have a conversation about how we view the comprehensive plan. I mean, spent a lot of money on the comprehensive plan. I read it. I went cover to cover on Sunday night. I think that there are lots of good actionable items in there. I think that, you know, we have accomplished some of those things. You know, they're talking about redevelopment of historic structures like the Waldo. That is well underway. You know, what I think would be beneficial out of this is I would encourage council members to look at the comprehensive plan and let's maybe identify goals and work towards a work session where we can talk about those goals and come up with a process to pick some focus items, some action items over the next year. Yeah, I'll open the floor to discussion from there. Or we can move on to the next agenda item.
I sent out the list of goals that we have in the city. There's 52 of them, plus an additional probably 27 I have on the go.
Yes, it was in the Excel sheet, right?
Yeah, so if council's going to want more things done, you're gonna have to provide more staff for the city.
Well, I think we can look at those and maybe pick a couple of things. Obviously I respect the staff they're working in the day-to-day operations, but I also think that we as council need to have a discussion and pick some things that we want to focus on.
And I like what you said about the comprehensive plan. When I was down at the municipal league, I think there was one city manager down there that informed me that in their comprehensive plan, you know, and they're a small town, they work on maybe like one a year.
Yeah.
And so they build objectives around and goals and objectives around, you know, one of the plans or strategic plan around that. I mean, I like that idea. I mean, that's why you have a comprehensive plan. You want to, and I'm not saying that we've neglected it. I think there's been, you know, there's been, I think it's items on there that we have worked on.
Right.
I mean, or we are working on, so I think that's good. But if you just wanted to narrow it down to that, then, you know, I think, you know, I mean, that would have to be that would have to be kind of a discussion, like you said, at a work session.
Sure.
To kind of discuss that further, but I think, like you said too, I mean, sometimes, and even in a city like ours, where, there's things you do have to react to. And I get that sometimes, but you want to make sure too that you're sticking to goals and that, everyone here on council has a equal opportunity to, have a goal and for it to be worked on, and whether that's around the framework of the comprehensive plan or whether that's, in their own framework, which, has support of the rest of the council, I mean, I think that would be up to, up to them, up to the body to want to do that. So.
Right. I think of there were some specific things. There were, one of the goals was about recreation around the waterways and the trails, right? One thing I found really interesting, there is a trail, the American Discovery Trail, that runs right through Northview. Anybody know that? Lived there most of my life. Had no idea, So these are things that, they have a trail town program that seems relatively low cost. It could be something that we could use as a feather in our cap that maybe puts us on a trail map that brings people into town. I think there are lots of options, and as the elected representatives of the public, I think that we need to help set the course. And we have 2 new council members. So I'd like to let them have a voice at the table that maybe I felt like I didn't have when I got here. So,
with all due respect,
sure.
We just left out of executive session.
Yep.
And we hammered through, some things back there we were discussing, and then back out here, a lot of the things that we're discussing, just because we don't call them goals, we're achieving our goals because economic development is one of the goals that we have for this city. We've got the Waldo over here that's under construction. We've got the golf building over here under construction. The infrastructure that went through town. When we're talking about goals, what exactly, you're talking about a trail that goes through. We've got the rails to trails through town right now I don't even think it's usable just right now. So, what exactly are we talking about when we talk about goals? Because we have a lot of goals. We've already got a lot of irons in the fire.
We do.
We need to get, some completion on some things. And these things it's a process. And so I'm just.
It is. I don't disagree with you. I think that there's been progress in economic development. And again, I'm not saying that there hasn't been. I think, we're looking at goals. I think you could also set a framework framework's not the right word. What about a roadmap so that we're all, sorry, I got some feedback. We are a roadmap so that we're all operating in the same direction, or we're just identifying, because I take the conversation that I had with this person pretty seriously, and I think it's true that sometimes we wander from project to project, and I just think.
Can you provide me an example of that, where we wander from project to project? Because I take exception to that. So
I'm not trying to make this
I would like an example, because that's a pretty bold statement to make. And I would like an example of when, as staff, we wander from project to project.
I'm not going to have this conversation in public.
Okay.
I think one thing we need to look at is, we've talked about the comprehensive plan. I don't want to talk in circles. If we have goals, in this city, we need results. So we can say we did this for economic development and we are moving in the right direction. But I think the problem too is staff, all of them here, from the police chief to Tiffany, they only have so much bandwidth.
Sure.
You get to a certain point where we need to increase staff. So I have seen inefficiencies in this board, and I will say that being a new council person, we all should come with goals and have them listed. So then the public can hold us accountable the same way we hold Tiffany accountable. And I bet every single one of us will get more work done and we won't be jumping back and forth. I have my priorities and they're going to happen. So I'm going to challenge all of you to have your goals written down. And if something's on there, you take ownership and you get it done.
Vice Mayor Romano, I do understand, and I would say that maybe when I talk about meandering, I don't necessarily mean city staff. Maybe shifting priorities amongst council. And again, I think that's my opinion, and it's
I'll give an example.
Sure.
Why didn't council fix the YMCA problem long before I was ever sworn in? That's not Tiffany's problem. That's not their problem. You guys didn't move on that. So my point is, council has to have their own goals that we work to complete on the comprehensive plan. We decide on those. We give them to Tiffany and her staff, and we hold them accountable, and we give them the assistance they need. And sometimes she may come back and say, I need another staff person, and we have to figure it out.
Right.
Because not giving her that and then complaining that the city's in the same spot it was 2 years ago is not acceptable. And I'm not going to wait around and not see any results for the 4 years that I'm here.
I agree. And the why is, I think is maybe an example. We're patchworking, I guess, right? There are limited resources. And we're limping across the finish line. I would say that we had a plan from Healthy Harrison. As far as I know, we didn't put out an RFP. We didn't follow through with that plan. So I'm willing to take that.
To be
To
fair,
take
you
that blame.
followed through with that plan because we couldn't afford it, what they proposed.
And if the answer is no, sometimes that's fine. But if we're going to have a work session or a special meeting, my ask is that it's not throwing it all on Tiffany and staff, that we all have our own goals that we're holding ourselves accountable for. And if something is a special priority to us, that we should take some ownership of it.
I agree. And I think we do our staff a disservice. But I guarantee some of our staff will watch our meetings and be like, come away from it and be like, did you see that agenda? What is their goals? They really don't have goals themselves. Like there's things on tonight's agenda should have never been on there. That took away all the attention, took away all the focus that our staff should have been on. But we threw things on there. We are like Vice Mayor Romano said, we are we're a bigger responsibility than any of our staff, by far.
Any other discussion?
The only thing I'll throw out there is I don't disagree with any of the goals and moving things forward. But I'm gonna go back to what I say every year, going into the budget session, because I guarantee you every goal somebody has up there is going to affect the budget one way or another.
Yep.
And if we're not talking about it at the budget session, throw it out, because your roadmap's made during the budget. And if we're springing new projects on that are costly to the citizens, and I'll be quite honest, we don't have the money to do right now outside the projects that we've just spoke about and other ones. We're teetering on issues, I think, within that budget. Now, I know that we go into the well, and I'll continue to vote no on issues when we go into the sales and use tax. I think we got to be on the same page of how those are working, and maybe you guys are on the page, maybe I'm out of it. But we do have the other fund for the Economic Development Fund, the TIF fund, but we need a specific plan, and maybe that's where we're going to come up with it and say, here's the specific uses we're going to do for it. But if we don't have that plan in place going into this budget, we can talk all we want. We have a money problem, first and foremost. So I think that's what we need to start looking at. And when that budget comes up, I think we need to lay those out and have true discussions about it.
I think one of our goals should be on that. I mean, I sent you all something today for a work session, and we need to work. You know, it's just like a business. If you want to do projects, you have to increase revenue. We're really not a business, but we can collect what's owed to us. So we need to work together, get all the money we have, and that's going to solve some of our problems. That's my number one goal: collect on what's already owed.
That would be very helpful.
Any other discussion on this? All right, move on.
Consideration of moving the regular session of council scheduled for September the 3rd to Monday, August 31st.
I move that we change the council schedule from September 3rd to Monday, August 31st.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
I just want to just bring to your attention that the ordinance that we passed on first reading for the parking tickets, that will not be on the August 31st agenda because I have to publish as a Class 2 legal ad. So it's not going to be enough time, so it'll have to be on our
September 17th.
September 17th.
Gotcha.
Next item.
Shorter.
Council comments.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
That was quick.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Isn't that what he wanted? Okay.